Pokémon, the Shiny Pokémon Attractor. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276. The battle was over, and the enemy was in chaos. In the depths of the Celebi forest, Wutong commanded the Iron Warrior and the Tungsten Steel Snake to attack Bixius and Bankerus. The full-egged spider robot under Bixius had a strange energy shield system, which could block all the long-range attacks from Wutong. Not to mention Bankerus, who was controlled by the Dark Ball, and was only reckless, and the Destruction and Death Ray was output like crazy. The forced amplification effect of the Dark Ball, coupled with a complete lack of side effects and stiffness, Bankerus instantly turned into a self-propelled turret, and he blasted out a burst of destruction and death ray at anyone he saw. It was precisely because of this that, although Wutong commanded two Pokémon to attack Bixius, he could only fight Bixius on equal terms. However, Wutong frowned at the state of Bankerus. The forced amplification of the Dark Ball could not be without side effects. After all, the Pokémon forcibly captured by the Dark Ball is not 3 times stronger than the black one, but obviously 10 times stronger. But correspondingly, such a huge enhancement will definitely have a painful price. The so-called turning Pokémon into evil is not worthy of being called a price at all. After all, even if the Pokémon turns evil, there is still the state of absolute obedience, so without considering the state of the Pokémon, the Dark Ball is definitely a magic weapon that can take both black and white. Then there can only be one price, that is, vitality and future potential. Wutong doubted that, if the fight continued, Bankerus would not be able to bear it first. As for how long this always is, Wutong has no way to confirm it. But Wutong knows one thing, that it can't continue to drag on like this. After all, the Celebi forest is very fragile. If the battle between the two destroys the forest too much, the lake of life will be polluted. Moreover, Wutong doesn't want Bankerus to be exhausted to death. Not for anything else, because that's the old Ben. The quasi-god old Ben. The handsome and powerful old Ben. Even if he can't command the battle, it's great to keep him at home. Find a companion for him, and lay more eggs. Wouldn't it be wonderful if he laid a shining baby caress? Hehe, little Bankerus, wait for me to save you. Wutong shouted. What's wrong with this stinky girl? It seems that her brain is not normal. Forget it, I can't continue to waste time with her. It's more important to catch Celebi. Bixius was stunned and said. Just as Bixius thought so, a black fog rose and filled the whole place. Wutong, who lost his career, immediately asked the Iron Warrior and the Tungsten Steel Snake to get close to him and be prepared. Master Bixius, who was still wondering about the sudden appearance of the black fog, heard a call. Then he saw a man and a woman wearing strange Rocket Team uniforms who didn't look very smart waving at him. After the smoke dissipated, Wutong regained his vision. Only the remains of trees left by the battle were left around, and Bixius and Bankerus had disappeared. They ran away. Should we say they are worthy of Team Rocket? Wutong said, a little unhappy. Looking at the direction that could no longer be identified nearby, Wutong was a little entangled. How should he find Xiaozhi and the others? Wutong suddenly missed his platypus very much. At least he had a navigation god duck and would not get lost without navigation. Oh, forget it. Xiaozhi and the others will definitely fight if they meet Bixius. We will find them eventually. Big Steelix, lower your head and walk around in the forest casually. Wutong waved to the Tungsten Steelix and said. Raw Tungsten Steelix obediently lowered its head and let Wutong sit on it, and the Iron Warrior stood behind Wutong like a close bodyguard. Xiaozhi and his group still followed the development of the plot. They first defeated the giant claws Mantis and Sinnoh that were chasing them, and then successfully found the Lake of Life with the help of various Pokémon. After Bixius got rid of Wutong with the help of smoke, he continued to chase Xiaozhi and his group. Behind him, the 3 members of Team Rocket stood there obediently. It was the 3 members of Team Rocket who released the black smoke to help Bixius get rid of Wutong. If Wutong knew, he would definitely feel that these 3 guys have stronger vitality than cockroaches. They were obviously beaten away, but they could still run back so quickly. Obviously, Bixius temporarily believed the identity of the 3 members of Team Rocket, so he let the 3 of them ride on the 4-legged spider robot together. Fortunately, the driving space of the 4-legged spider robot is relatively large, so it does not seem crowded. While chasing Xiaozhi and his group, Bixius saw I sent out the giant claw mantis and the owl, and both Pokémon were tied up tightly on the stone. God knows where they found such a thick hemp rope. Sure enough, a qualified trainer should bring hemp rope when going out. Seeing that Bixius's 2 Pokémon were tied there, the 3 members of Team Rocket couldn't help but tremble, and looked at Bixius carefully, fearing that Bixius would be angry at them. However, Bixius didn't get angry when he saw his Pokémon being subdued, but laughed instead. It would be meaningless if it weren't like this. This prey is really good, Bixius said with a smile. Master Bixius is so handsome. X3 The 3 members of Team Rocket said with little stars in their eyes. Let's pull the perspective back to Wutong. Without navigation and no one to lead the way, Wutong could only sit on the head of Steelix and wander around. Until dark, Wutong still didn't find Xiaoxi and his friends, nor did he see any trace of Bixius. Wutong directly turned on the bad mode. It didn't matter. After all, as the patron of the lost god, it was normal to get lost. Wutong found a relatively flat place and lit a bonfire. Wutong decided to rest here for a night. Because he was not sleepy yet, Wutong took out the rainbow feather. Because in the plot, when Celebi went berserk, Suicune appeared to help Xiaozhi and his party. So Wutong wanted to try to summon Suicune with the rainbow feather. After all, he was the captain of the Phoenix Guard and the loyal licker of the Phoenix King. How could he not come to check after feeling the breath of the rainbow feather? Playing with the rainbow feather emitting a faint glow in his hand, Wutong waited for Suicune to appear. However, after a long time, Suicune still did not show up. Wutong was a little strange. Could it be that he was too far away and didn't feel it? Thinking of this, Wutong simply learned the way to summon Lugia before and used psychic power and Changpin power to stimulate the rainbow feathers. Receiving the dual stimulation of psychic power and Changpin power, the rainbow feathers moved without wind and spread out waves around. Then a figure slowly emerged from the darkness and walked in front of Wutong. Hey, it's here as expected, Wutong said with a smile. The next morning, Wutong woke up early, but when he opened his eyes, he found that the Iron Warrior woke up earlier than him and was standing beside him as a guard. If Wutong hadn't seen the Iron Warrior resting last night, he would have suspected that the Iron Warrior didn't sleep. Yawning, Wutong stood up from the side of the tungsten Steelix and patted the dark and shiny trunk of the tungsten Steelix to wake it up. Wutong and the Iron Warrior sat on the top of the tungsten Steelix and continued to look for the traces of Xiaozhi and his group. Boom. A roar came from a distance accompanied by the vibration of the ground. Found it. Steelix, go full speed in that direction, Wutong shouted, pointing to the direction where the sound came from. Roar. Tungsten Steelix roared in response and rushed to the direction where the sound came from with all his strength. Well, forget it, I'll run by myself. Steelix, you come back first. Wutong found that the speed of Tungsten Steelix at full speed was still impressive, so he simply jumped down and started running. Tungsten Steelix is harder and more heat resistant due to its body material, but its relative weight is also much higher, so its already slow speed is even worse. As the roar continued to appear, Wutong didn't have to worry about getting lost, so he put away Tungsten Steelix and started running. The Iron Warrior followed Wutong and ran in the direction where the sound came from. Soon, Wutong found Xiaozhi and his group. At this time, Xiaozhi and his group were caught in the middle by Bixius and the Rocket Trio, and Celebi had been caught in the mechanical claws of the 4-legged spider robot. The current situation is very bleak. Iron Warrior, Magic Flash, Steelix, Impact. Wutong immediately commanded his Pokémon to enter the battlefield without hesitation. Roar. The re-released Tungsten Steelix roared and crashed straight into the 4-legged spider robot under Bixius. The Iron Warrior held the double-headed sword horizontally in front of him, and a colorful ball of light appeared in the center of his body, and a dazzling rainbow beam of light shot out. It hit one of the 4-legged spider robot's legs. Two consecutive sudden attacks made the 4-legged spider robot under Bixius lose balance and fall to one side. Bixius also fell off the four-legged spider robot. Arsehole, you come to hinder me again. Come out. Bankerus, giant claw mantis, and Ura. Bixius roared angrily. Three ferocious-looking Pokémon were after being released. It attacked Wutong and Xiaozhi's group frantically. Miss Xiaotong. Seeing Wutong's emergency appearance, Xiaozhi and his group shouted happily. No time to reminisce. Hurry up and rescue Celebi. Wutong shouted hurriedly. Got it. Pikachu. You Scientail. Xiaozhi also reacted and gave the command. Pikachu rushed to the mechanical claw that bound Celebi, its tail covered with steel color, and its body rotated, and the iron tail hit the mechanical claw. The mechanical claw twisted and deformed instantly, and Celebi was able to fly out of the gap. Don't hinder me. Bixius shouted, took out a dark ball from the armor on his chest, and threw it hard at Celebi. At the moment, when the dark ball was about to approach Celebi, a Pokeball flew over from another direction and hit the dark ball at once. The two balls collided and all deviated from their original trajectory, and fell to both sides. What? Bixius shouted in disbelief. Humph, I've been prepared for this. Iron Warrior, Psychic Blade, Steelix, Stone Attack. Wutong commanded. The Iron Warrior swung the double-headed sword in his hand, and his mental power condensed into an arc-shaped blade and shot at the giant claw mantis. Black sharp ore appeared around Steelix and shot at Bankerus and Ula. Celebi. X2 just when Wutong thought that Celebi was fine, Xiaozhi and Zucheng shouted. Wutong turned around and found that the three members of Team Rocket had touched Celebi at some point and caught Celebi with the insect net in their hands. What the hell are Xiaozhi and the others doing? Wutong couldn't help but roared in a low voice. It could have ended as soon as possible, but they started acting again. Well done. Bankerus, giant claw mantis, Ula. Destroy the death ray. Bixius shouted happily. Bankerus, Mantis and Ura began to squander their vitality again, and shot out thick beams of light, wantonly destroying the forest. Iron Warrior and Steelix were directly forced back by the three crazy Pokémon. TSK, how can Suicune be so slow? Wutong said while holding the rainbow feather in his pocket. The next second, a brisk breeze blew. The figure that Wutong had been thinking about finally appeared. Accompanied by the blowing north wind, the incarnation of the north wind, Suicune, finally appeared. Suicune jumped to the center of the battlefield, and the mane on his body moved without wind. He opened his mouth and a water ball condensed, and then shot it at Bankerus, Mantis and Ura. Suicune? Very good. It seems that my harvest today is not small. Bixius was not panicked after seeing Suicune, but said happily. Huh? Are you still asleep? Or worry about whether you can run away first? Wutong said provocatively. Xiaozhi, you guys quickly beat those three guys away and save Celebi, don't give this strange masked man a chance. Wutong turned around and shouted to Xiaozhi and the others after provoking Bixius. However, before he finished speaking, Wutong saw a scene that made his blood vessels explode. In Musash's hand, a black Pokeball that looked like a landmine appeared at some point. And this Pokeball had been pressed on Celebi. Accompanied by a dark purple liquid-like light, Celebi was sucked into the Pokeball. Fuck, you didn't stop it? You are willing to give them the dark ball? Wutong looked at Bixius and said seriously. Humph, I just asked them to help temporarily, and the command of the dark ball is still in my hands. Bixius said with a sure win. Suicune, don't let him get the dark ball. Wutong had no choice but to pin his hopes on Suicune. Suicune also knew that things were escalating, and his attacks began to become tougher. Do you think I only prepared one? Bixius said with a wild smile as he looked at Wutong. What did you say? Seeing Bixius smile, Wutong suddenly had a bad feeling. Suicune was fighting three crazy Pokémon alone at this time. Wutong's Steelix had been called to stop the Rocket Trio and prevent them from joining Bixius. Iron Warrior was guarding Wutong to protect Wutong's safety. Mantis and Neula rushed towards Suicune like crazy beasts, while Bankerus fired destructive death beams one after another from behind. At the moment, when Bixius' voice fell, Mantis finally touched Suicune, and a dark ball appeared in its claws. Fuck. Wutong couldn't help but utter the national quintessence again. With the second black and purple light, Suicune also disappeared. Stayed where you are. Chapter 277. After the dark ball was captured by Suicune, the giant claw mantis immediately returned to Bixius. Bixius took back the dark ball from the giant claw mantis's claws and smiled triumphantly. I knew that you, a rice cake like guy, would definitely stick to me and give up my plan, so I had already made a backup plan. Bixius said to Wutong with a serious face. I'm doing my duty, bastard. Iron Warrior, Magic Shine. Wutong commanded the Iron Warrior to attack Bixius. Bixius was unmoved by the colorful light beams, and Bangaris directly blocked Bixius and took the Iron Warrior's Magic Shine. Come out, evil Suicune. Bixius shouted excitedly. A dark purple light flashed, and Suicune, whose body color was darker by 1 degree, was released. At this time, Suicune's pupils shrank and turned into vertical pupils. His face was hideously distorted, and his body was surrounded by dark red air currents. The sound he made was no longer as ethereal as before, but became like a curse that made people feel cold all over. What a trouble. He looks very strong, Wutong said irritably as he looked at the blackened Suicune. Yes, such Pokémon should belong to me. Unlike these trash, they are strong enough. Bixius said excitedly. You are the trash. Trash who dares not even cultivate Pokémon yourself. Iron Warrior. Spirit Blade. Wutong shouted. The Iron Warrior swung the double-headed sword in his hand horizontally, and the arc-shaped blade condensed with spiritual power flew out. Facing the spiritual blade shot at him, Suicune's ribbon-like tail swung, and directly shattered the Iron Warrior's spiritual blade. Is it true that the dark transformation is 10 times stronger? Xiaozhi, Zucheng. How are you guys doing? Wutong felt that things were getting difficult, and hoped that Xiaozhi could get Celebi back. Miss Xiaotong. We got Celebi back, but what should we do now? Suicune has become so scary. Xiaozhi and his friends ran to Wutong and said. Wutong felt better. These guys finally stopped acting. If Celebi was taken by Bixius again, things would be even more difficult. He looked at the direction of the rocket trio. At this time, the trio had disappeared. It was estimated that they were beaten again. I hope they won't come to make trouble again. You protect yourself, and don't let Celebi out now. I'll find a way to wake up Suicune. Wutong said. I understand. I will definitely protect Celebi. Xiaozhi said firmly. Yes, we will definitely protect Celebi. Zucheng also nodded and said. Miss Xiaotong, you have to be careful. Xiaoxia said worriedly. Don't struggle in vain. Hand over my Celebi. Bixius said when he saw the dark ball in Xiaozhi's hand. Don't dream. Xiaozhi shouted directly. We will not hand over Celebi to you. Zucheng also said firmly. Humph. Suicune. Show your strength. Get Celebi back. Bixius said no more and directly commanded Suicune to attack. Hearing Bixius' order, the black water flow and the dark red wind mixed and entangled around Suicune. Suicune jumped high, the water flow and wine gathered in his mouth, and then turned into black and red intertwined energy and shot towards Wutong and others. Iron Warrior. Wide area defense. Hold on. Wutong commanded hurriedly. The Iron Warrior stood in front of everyone, and a translucent green energy shield appeared to cover the Iron Warrior. The black and red interwoven energy cannons shot at the energy shield, which was directly broken, and the residual power of the energy cannons hit the Iron Warrior. The Iron Warrior swung the double-headed sword in his hand left and right, barely blocking the attack. HMPH. Dying struggle. Suicune. Continue to attack. Bixius commanded. Seeing that Suicune was going to fire the energy cannon again, Wutong's face became ugly. After all, it was very difficult for the Iron Warrior to block it once. At this time, 2 roars came. Is it finally here? Hearing these 2 beast roars, Wutong couldn't help but say. The reinforcement that Wutong had been waiting for finally arrived. The mighty lion and the strong tiger, the other 2 members of the Phoenix King Guard, Entei and Li Gang appeared. Last night, Wutong successfully attracted Suicune with the rainbow feathers, explained what happened, and persuaded Suicune to call Entei and Li Gang as well. I don't know what they rely on to connect with each other anyway. Suicune came here by himself at the beginning. Originally, Wutong wanted to be more cautious and directly gather the power of the Phoenix King Guard to suppress Celebi instantly, to prevent it from consuming too much vitality. As a result, because of the butterfly effect caused by Wutong's participation in the plot, Bixius actually took precautions and took Suicune with him. Wutong didn't know whether to sigh that the convergence of the world line was too strong or that Bixius was too cautious. So Entei and Reikao, who were originally the backup, became the hope of the whole village. It can only be said that fate is playing tricks on people. Entei and Reikao jumped in front of Wutong, looking at Suicune on the opposite side. Entei and Reikao both showed confusion. I don't understand why my captain suddenly turned evil. You two are too slow. There is no time to explain too much now. Suicune is controlled. You two use all your strength to defeat it. As long as it is not dead, it's okay. Don't delay time, otherwise Suicune will not be saved. Wutong said immediately after seeing Entei and Reikao. Yandy and Lei Gong looked at each other and nodded. Raw. I've wanted to beat it for a long time. Why did I let it be the captain of the Phoenix Guard? X2 Yandy and Lei Gong roared at the same time. Public revenge. Cough. No, the opportunity to save the captain has come. Yandy and Lei Gong were very excited. One of them had a blazing flame, and the other was surrounded by lightning. Without any hesitation, the two Pokémon attacked Suicune in the most violent way. Vertical bar Wutong people were dumbfounded. What's wrong with these mythical beasts? Is there no decent beast? Bixius was also a little panicked when he saw Yandy and Lei Gong suddenly appear. What is the identity of this guy named Xiaotong? How can he ask for help from outside to invite a mythical beast? Damn it, Bangulus, Giant Claw Mantis, Andula. Go grab Celebi for me. Bixius roared. Suicune was being attacked by Entei and Reikao and had no time to snatch the dark ball containing Celebi. There was no other way. Bixius could only put his hope on these useless Pokémon again. As long as he could get Celebi, victory would still belong to him. Iron Warrior. Steelix. Stop them. You guys, leave here quickly. Remember to release the Pokémon to guard the surroundings. And don't let Celebi be released now. Wutong shouted. Iron Warrior directly met Mantis and Dula and forcibly retained the two Pokémon with 1 against 2. Steelix also entangled Bankerus to restrict its movement. Got it. We'll come back to help you after we put Celebi away. Xiaozhi said and ran towards the direction of Guano village. Zucheng, Xiaoxia and Xiaogang also followed. Emperor, Thunder God, drive Suicune into the Lake of Life. Suicune can purify the water flow, and the power of the Lake of Life may wake it up. Remember not to let Suicune use too much power. It is now completely consuming its own vitality. Seeing Xiaozhi and his group leave, Wutong's eyes were shining, and he used his superpowers to warn Emperor and Thunder God. Emperor and Thunder God heard Wutong's message and deliberately began to lead Suicune to the direction of the Lake of Life. Bixius also found that something was wrong, but he no longer had the Dark Ball. After all, the Dark Ball was so buggy that it could not be made so easily. Now Bixius could only get rid of Wutong first. Arsehole, if I still had the Dark Ball. Bixius gritted his teeth and roared in a low voice. No, that's not right. There should be another Dark Ball. Bixius suddenly remembered something. Bankerus, Mantis, Ura, Suicune, Celebi. Bixius has only used 5 Dark Balls now. There should be one more. Bixius immediately looked in the direction of the Dark Ball that was knocked off by Wutong just now. TSK, did you remember? But it's too late. Wutong said, taking out a Dark Ball and shaking it at Bixius. What? When did you bastard? Bixius couldn't help shouting when he saw the Dark Ball in Wutong's hand. HMPH, stop struggling, just surrender. Wutong put the Dark Ball back into his clothes and said, impossible. Bankerus, destroy the Death Ray. Mantis, Shadow Clone, a flash of lightning. Ura, split. Seeing that the situation was becoming more and more unfavorable to him, Bixius began to seriously command the Pokémon to fight. Iron Warrior and Steelix were beaten back to Wutong's side. It's really hard to fight, so we can only take a gamble. Wutong took out the Keystone and Steelix's Superstone and said seriously. Chapter 278. The battle was over, but the battle was over. If Wutong relied on the Iron Warrior and the Tungsten Steelix to drag the enemy, he could win. But by the time Wutong won, the Pokémon like Bankerus would probably not survive for a few days. In addition, if the battle dragged on, there might be some unexpected changes. Wutong thought it would be better to fight quickly. Steelix, cheer up, you will definitely succeed this time. Iron Warrior, please, hold them three first. Wutong shouted to the tungsten Steelix beside him. The Iron Warrior seemed to have no idea what fear was. After hearing Wutong's command, he disassembled the double-headed sword and turned it into two long swords and rushed towards Bankerus and the others. Roar. Steelix leaned down and put its head next to Wutong. Wutong came to Steelix's head, half squatted down, and covered Steelix's head with the hand holding the super stone. In the other hand, he held the keystone on his chest. Superpowers and the power of Changpan surged. Wutong put aside all distractions, and the only thought in his mind was to defeat the opponent. Infected by Wutong, the flames of war began to burn in Steelix's eyes, and the will of the trainer and the Pokémon gradually unified. Without time to think about the lines when Steelix super evolved, Wutong only knew that they succeeded this time. The keystone and the superstone were connected by colorful light, and the light continued to cover Steelix's whole body. As the light dissipated, Steelix super evolved successfully. Super Steelix became even bigger, and there was a circle of floating blue crystal-like suspended fragments around its neck. The fragments were divided into 6 groups and rotated clockwise. 6 fang-like protrusions appeared on both sides of the mouth. The 3 pairs of spikes on the body turned into a material similar to aqua blue diamond, and the tail tip also turned into a sharp spike like aqua blue diamond, flashing coldly under the sunlight. And the 4 body segments without stick-like protrusions have a blue snowflake-like pattern on both sides. The light on it flows like a stream of water. Perhaps because of the unity of will, Wutong felt that the attributes of Super Tungsten Steelix did not change, but it could manipulate the energy of the ice system to a certain extent, which should be due to the special Super Stone. After the super evolution of Tungsten Steelix was completed, the Iron Warrior could not support it. Facing the siege of 3 crazy Pokémon, if it were not for the power of Flash that made the Iron Warrior highly resistant to blows, he would have lost consciousness long ago. Even so, the Iron Warrior was already wounded, and it became difficult to move. Sorry, I kept you waiting for a long time. Take a good rest. Wutong took the Iron Warrior back, and looked at the 3 Pokémon controlled by the Dark Ball. Then, it's our turn. Steelix, lighten your body. Irontail. Wutong commanded. Roar. Super Tungsten Steelix roared, and some extra gravel fell off its body. It rushed towards Bankerus and the others at a faster speed. The sharp diamond tail flashed white light, and with a sweep, it blew away the giant claw mantis and the unicorn. How is it possible? Bankerus. Destruction Ray. Bixius quickly commanded Bankerus to fight back. Steelix. Irontail. Wutong also commanded. The battle was continuous, and it was consuming vitality to forcibly improve its strength. It was also hit by Suicune. Bankerus's actions inevitably slowed down. The tail of Super Tungsten Steelix hit Bankerus' head before Bankerus used the Destruction Ray. The powerful force directly made Bankerus faint. I'll remember you next time. I'll make you pay. Bixius' voice rang out, and after realizing that the situation was hopeless, Bixius directly activated the flying machine on his back. He planned to take Suicune back and leave here, and when he got a new Dark Ball, he would definitely kill this bastard who ruined his business. Who gave you the courage to say such a thing? Fishliang? Steelix, sharp stone attack. Wutong couldn't help but complain when he saw Bixius flying up. Do you really think he doesn't dare to attack the trainer? And dare to fly up as a target? Sharp stone spikes appeared around Super Tungsten Steelix and shot at Bixius. Bixius panicked when he saw Wutong actually attacking him directly, and hurriedly shook left and right to avoid it. However, a stone hit Bixius' face with a sound of breaking wind, and the strange mask on his face was instantly knocked off and fell to the ground. It was smashed into pieces. The strong impact also made Bixius lose consciousness for a few seconds, and the sharp stone attack of the Super Tungsten Steel Snake successfully hit and smashed the aircraft behind Bixius. It must be said that Bixius is really lucky, and he was not pierced through by the sharp stone attack. After Bixius's mask was broken, Suicune, who was fighting with Entei and Raikau, paused, feeling that something that bound it disappeared, and the attack became more violent. However, under the suppression of Entei and Raikau, Sukyun was still knocked into the lake of life. Wutong came to Bixius, who fell to the ground, and directly took out a thick hemp rope to tie Bixius up. In order to prevent accidents, Wutong also stripped Bixius naked, leaving only a pair of large shorts. All the equipment on his body was piled together, and then under Wutong's command, the super tungsten steel snake destroyed these things with a breath of dragon breath. As the dark balls were all destroyed, the controlled Pokémon returned to normal. Sukyun found himself being besieged by Entei and Raikau, and quickly proved that he had escaped from control. However, Entei and Raikau seemed not to have heard and continued to attack, as if they would not stop, until they knocked him out. And Bankerus, Claws and Dula were also free, but they were still lying on the ground, because of the huge loss of vitality and serious injuries. Then there is only the final finishing work left. Wutong took out a few Pokeballs, and subdued Bankerus and the others first. After all, their problems could not be solved by their own evergreen power alone, and they could only rely on the function of the Pokeballs to maintain their status. I was wrong. Let me go. The sober Bixius was no longer as arrogant as at the beginning. Humph, wait for the punishment of justice, trash. Wutong replied disdainfully to Bixius's plea for mercy. Chapter 279. After the battle, Steelix returned from its super evolution state, and its tense nerves were relaxed at this moment. A strong feeling of fatigue filled Steelix's body, and Steelix, unable to support itself any longer, fell to the ground. Thank you for your hard work, you did a good job. Wutong touched Steelix's head and said. It was really not easy for Steelix to fight until now. Wutong had never trained it in any fighting skills. It was just simply strengthening its physical fitness and its proficient use of mastered skills. It can be said that Steelix's fighting style can only be described as plain and simple, and it has not even learned how to use more than 2 skills at the same time. However, after this, Wutong also needs to start thinking about the training plan for Steelix in combat. The first thing to do is to buy a skill learning machine for attacking. After all, Steelix's ridiculously high defense cannot be wasted. However, Wutong also has a plan. Steelix has excellent resistance and extremely high physical defense, making it an excellent physical defender. After learning to attack, learn the heavy collision. Combined with the 2 skills, Steelix, a hard and heavy Pokémon, is definitely a nightmare for all physical attackers. Think about meeting Wutong's opponent in the future. You can't hit it, and you may be killed in seconds if you are accidentally hit. It's simply bullying. And Wutong remembers that Steelix can learn electromagnetic levitation after upgrading, and the speed problem will be solved by then. Are you afraid if a train that can fly in the air hits you? Wutong suddenly felt that Steelix has a promising future. After taking back the Steelix, Wutong began to search in the nearby grass, and Bixius was still begging for mercy. But Wutong pretended not to hear, and continued his own business. After a while, Wutong found what he wanted. Seeing the familiar black Pokeball that Wutong picked up from the grass, Bixius' eyes were red with anger. How is it possible? How can there be another dark ball? Who are you? I know. You are not a Pokémon investigator. You are a spy sent by Sakaki, right? Bixius roared in disbelief. I told you not to talk nonsense. Do you believe me if I sue you for defamation? I'm a serious Pokémon investigator with a good family background. Okay, don't struggle. A wonderful prison life is waiting for you. Wutong said to Bixius, after putting away the dark ball. Although the effect of the dark ball is very evil, it has a high research value. Find a suitable researcher to study it. Maybe there will be unexpected gains. Forget about Grandpa Steel's words. The Pokeballs he made are not the same as the dark balls. Wutong felt that Steel was more like the direction of cultivating immortals and refining equipment, and had nothing to do with technology. After all, using a tree fruit hammer and then roasting it to make Pokeballs with different effects is simply fantasy, not scientific at all. After hearing Wutong's words, Bixius fell into madness. He didn't believe that an ordinary Pokémon search officer could have a dark ball on him. Wutong directly ignored Bixius's madness. It was obvious that Bixius had lost his mind because of the failure, and even his brain was not working. The dark ball shown to Bixius was just a fake thing for Ditto to turn into. It was to stimulate Bixia's spirit. At the same time, it was also to prevent any uncontrollable changes after Bixius really found the Dark Ball. In short, Bixius has been successfully captured now, and the only thing left is to find a way to release Celebi normally. However, it has been a while since Entei and Raygang led Suicune away, and the Dark Ball that controlled Suicune was also destroyed. It is almost time for him to come back. Wutong Bixius tied him up twice more, blocked his mouth, and sat there waiting for the return of the Phoenix Guard. After a while, all three beasts of the Phoenix Guard came back. However, the leading Suicune looked very embarrassed, his body was torn and tattered, and even his hair was bald in some places. This is too harsh. You two really want to kill him? Wutong said to Entei and Raygang in surprise. After hearing what Wutong said, Entei and Raygang turned their heads to the side unnaturally. Don't burn Suicune's hair when you fight him. How can Suicune face people like this? The matter is not over yet, and you still need to suppress Zu. Rabbis. Wutong said to Suicune in a troubled manner. Suicune glared at Entei and Raygang. These two guys were definitely taking revenge on each other. They knew that he had recovered his sanity, but they were still beating him. Oh, forget it. Let's go. Solve the problem as soon as possible, and then I'll see if I can find you a hair growth formula. Wutong said. After that, Wutong dragged Bixius and began to walk in the direction where Xiaozhi and his group left. Xiaozhi and his group did not leave too far, so they appeared in front of Wutong without giving Wutong a chance to get lost. Seeing the tied Bixius, Xiaozhi and his group relaxed a lot. After seeing the Phoenix King guards behind Wutong, Xiaozhi and his group all showed surprised expressions. They didn't expect Wutong to be so familiar with the mythical beast. Now all that's left is to free Celebi. Xiaozhi, let Celebi out. Let Suicune and the others temporarily suppress Celebi, and then destroy the Dark Ball immediately, and Celebi can return to normal. Wutong was too lazy to explain to them, and said directly to Xiaozhi, I understand. Xiaozhi nodded vigorously and said, please, Suicune, Entei, and Raygu, you must suppress Celebi the moment you see it, otherwise it will become troublesome if you let it consume its vitality at will. Wutong turned to the Phoenix Guards and said. The Phoenix Guards nodded, tacitly stood in 3 different positions, and surrounded Xiaozhi in the middle. Come on, Xiaozhi. You can definitely save Celebi. Zhu Cheng said to Xiaozhi. Well, leave it to me. After saying this, Xiaozhi pressed the button of the Dark Ball. A purple black light flashed, and Celebi was released. At this time, Celebi's color was dark, his eyes were fierce, and he was ready to destroy as soon as he was released. Suicune, Entei, and Raygu immediately released their powers. Water, fire, and electricity. The 3 forces intertwined to form a cage that trapped Celebi in the middle. Xiaozhi, destroy the Dark Ball quickly. Wutong urged. Well, Pikachu. Xiaozhi called Pikachu, and then threw the Dark Ball at Pikachu. Pikachu's tail shone with a metallic luster, and he spun his body and hit the Dark Ball hard with his tail. A cracking sound was heard, and the Dark Ball shattered directly. The trapped Celebi regained consciousness, and looked at the cage that trapped him with a puzzled look, not knowing what had happened. Seeing Celebi return to normal, Wutong finally breathed a sigh of relief. This incident is finally over, although we can't see a large group of Celebi appearing. But there is no need for Celebi to suffer the pain of withering, which is also a good ending. Chapter 280. After the incident, the two sides finally came to an end. Wutong had no interest in participating in the following developments. It was nothing more than Zhu Cheng and Xiaozhi playing happily, and then Celebi was ready to take Zhu Cheng back to the original time. In the end, Zhu Cheng and Xiaozhi said goodbye in tears. Their friendship must be able to transcend time and space. As a humble worker, Wutong also had to take Bixius away and send him to other colleagues. But before that, Wutong decided to have a friendly exchange with the Phoenix Guards. The Phoenix Guards left first after the Dark Ball was destroyed. The reason was very simple. After all, Suicune was beaten like that. Staying here would really affect the image of the Phoenix Guards. However, Wutong had made a good appointment in advance, so the Phoenix Guards would wait for Wutong in one place. After saying goodbye to Xiaozhi and his group, Wutong contacted his boss Adu and reported what he had encountered. He also explained that he needed someone to help hand over Bixius. Adu also fell silent about Wutong's report. Why does it feel like, wherever this little guy Wutong goes, something will happen? Speaking of which, there seems to be a Pokémon Absol in the Hone region, known as the Disaster Beast, which will appear wherever a disaster is about to happen to warn people. Could it be that Wutong also has this ability? A humanoid self-propelled disaster beast? Then Wutong's nickname should not be Silver Demon Cat, but Silver Disaster Cat. Anyway, no matter what, Wutong has made a great contribution this time. After all, Bixius is one of the highest carders of Team Rocket. The nickname of Bixius, who has a mask that drives evil Pokémon. Adu didn't say much, and directly arranged a team of people to receive Bixius. In a small town near Route 39, east of Celebi Forest, a motorcycle whizzed by, and then stopped steadily at the entrance of the town's Pokémon Center. Adu knew that Wutong was a complete road idiot, so he chose a Pokémon Center in a small town that could be found by navigation for the handover. Seeing Wutong coming, several people in Pokémon Investigator uniforms came over. Hello, we are the Pokémon Investigators sent by Boss Adu to receive Bixius. The leader said. Do you mind if I see your ID? Wutong asked cautiously. Of course, this is a very reasonable request. Take out your IDs. The leader said. Several Pokémon investigators all took out their IDs to show Wutong. The scene of so many people taking out their IDs together was quite shocking. After confirming everyone's ID, Wutong felt relieved. In fact, the moment Wutong saw them, he had already believed more than half of them. Because all of them were wearing the same cape as Adu's on the outside of their Pokémon investigator uniforms. How could they do such a thing if they were not fans of Adu? Team Rocket couldn't afford to lose this person. However, just in case, Wutong still asked to check the documents. After all, it was not easy to catch a top executive of Team Rocket. If he really let him go because of carelessness, Wutong didn't know where to cry. I have confirmed it. Thank you for your understanding. Bixius is on my motorcycle. I will bring him, Wutong said. Sorry for bothering you, Investigators Iatang. The leading investigator said politely. In fact, they had already seen an unidentified object like a green caterpillar on the backseat of Wutong's motorcycle. But because it was motionless, several people were not sure. Wutong came to the backseat of the motorcycle, grabbed the object that looked like a green caterpillar, and dragged it hard. The green caterpillar was directly dragged to the ground with a bang. This guy's really heavy. I'll leave him to you. My Pokémon are all seriously injured and need treatment. I'll go and treat them first. Wutong pointed at Bixius and said to several Pokémon investigators. Okay. Seeing Wutong's skillful movements, several Pokémon investigators were a little embarrassed. Why did they feel like selling pigs? After Wutong entered the Pokémon Center, several Pokémon investigators hurried to Bixius. At this time, Bixius rolled his eyes. Although his mouth was stuffed with cloth, white foam still seeped out, and his body was twitching. Captain, I think we have a rule that we can't abuse prisoners, right? A Pokémon investigator said carefully to the leading Pokémon investigator. Don't talk nonsense. What do you mean by torture of prisoners? It was Bixius who resisted stubbornly and refused to surrender. He was captured after a fierce battle, and Bixius himself suffered from motion sickness, so he was in this state now. Do you understand? The leading Pokémon hunter said after looking around. Understood, Captain. The other Pokémon hunters said in unison. Very good, take him away. By the way, see if you can wake him up first to see if he needs emergency treatment. Don't let anything go wrong along the way. Understood. Wutong, who entered the Pokémon Center, didn't know what was happening outside. He handed Steelix and Iron Warrior to Miss Joy at the Pokémon Center for treatment. Wutong slumped on the sofa in the waiting area, looking very tired. This incident made Wutong more tired than before. After all, there were always various helpers before, and the helpers called this time almost became a trouble. In addition, he had undergone the first super evolution in his 2 lives, and all kinds of fatigue mixed together and squeezed Wutong's nerves. Sure enough, animations are all deceptive. How did those trainers manage to super evolve so easily and still be like nothing happened? Wutong thought secretly in his heart. Super evolution requires a trainer to use his own power to stimulate the power in the keystone and establish a connection with his Pokémon, which means that the trainer's spirit will be affected. There is great pressure. This can only be achieved through constant contact and telepathy with your own Pokémon. After all, you have to pay a corresponding price to gain power. Although this incident made Wutong very tired, the harvest was also very good. The 3 sacred beasts of the Phoenix Guard were plucked by Wutong in the name of treatment and massage. Of course, Wutong also massaged them well. After all, he couldn't ruin his own signboard. After all, the mythical beasts are mythical beasts, and any hair material on their bodies contains their own power. Although it is not as good as the energy containing materials that the mythical beasts actively stripped from their bodies, it is enough for Ditto to absorb and transform. If nothing unexpected happens, after a period of time, Ditto can transform into the Phoenix Guard by itself. In addition to the credit of capturing Bixius and the captured Dark Ball, it can be said that the harvest is full. Chapter 281. The new year is coming, but the new year is coming. I have been entertaining relatives and guests on May Day, so I have no time to update. I can resume normal updates from tomorrow. On Road 42 leading to Kaju Town, Wutong was moving forward while commanding the Pokémon to fight. It has been half a month since the handover of Bixius, and Wutong has also resumed his normal life trajectory, moving forward with the next gym as his goal. To go to Kaju Town, the city where the next gym is located, you need to pass through Yuansu City again. So Wutong went back to Baigsu Mountain to visit his friend Articuno. He left some energy cubes for Articuno and gave Articuno a full body feather care in the name of feather maintenance. Of course, there was nothing I could do if I accidentally combed off a few feathers during the care process. After saying goodbye to Articuno and coming to Yuju City, I watched the performance of the 5 sisters again. I moved towards Kaju Town leisurely but not slowly, and today we will almost reach Kaju Town. Entering Kaju Town, a sense of disharmony filled Wutong's body. Wutong looked around and saw that it looked like a normal town. Why did he always feel that something was watching him in the dark? Wutong suddenly remembered the introduction of Kaju Town. Welcome to the hometown of ninjas, a town filled with a suspicious atmosphere and a hiding place for ninjas. Another ninja? Why are there so many places where ninjas appear? Wutong secretly complained in his heart. Looking at a slightly raised mound of earth next to him, Wutong understood. Pretending to look around, he stepped hard on a hole on the mound of earth. Woo 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 woo. A painful wail sounded from the mound. Then Wutong felt the mound under his feet tremble, and an upward thrust appeared, and Wutong took 2 steps back. The small mound was directly broken, and a person who was wrapped tightly in black clothes with only the eyes exposed jumped out. Hey, where did the monster come from? Wutong shouted at the man who jumped out of the mound. You are the monster. The man roared angrily. Oh, a monster who can speak human language. Wutong raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. You guys, do you want to provoke our 6 ninjas? The man said fiercely. Huh? Is there another monster group? Wutong said with even more surprise. Hey, you bastard, are you deliberately looking for trouble? The man roared angrily. I'm very sensitive to sight. I always felt something was watching me just now, so I wanted to find out what was spying on me. But I'm easy to get lost, so isn't it normal to walk on some dirty things occasionally? Wutong said. After hearing Wutong's words, the man began to dodge his eyes, but he didn't expect to be discovered. Can ninja's business be considered stealing? The man began to quibble. What ninja training, ninja way and so on. You? Odd changes, even does not change. Wutong couldn't help, but said after hearing the man's words. What? What are you talking about? Which region's language is this? The man asked in confusion after hearing Wutong's words. Alas, I thought I met a fellow villager. So, you admit that you were spying just now? Then let's go. Come with me to Miss Junsha for a cup of tea. Wutong said regretfully. Huh, it is completely legal to practice ninja in Kaju Town. Do you think I'm afraid of Miss Junsha? The man said nonchalantly. Wutong was speechless for a moment. Is it legal? Is this the hometown of ninjas? If that's the case, let's solve it the way a trainer would. Wutong said. You have to warm up before fighting a gym. especially when it's a hidden boss like Liubo. How can you be worthy of yourself if you don't fight well? Chapter 282. The man said, "Come on, who's afraid of you? Just wait." The man said as he took out a black whistle from somewhere. The man put the whistle directly into his mouth and blew it, and a sharp whistle came out. How did this guy blow the whistle? Question mark. Isn't it only his eyes that are exposed? Question mark. Wutong looked at the man who blew the black whistle in surprise. Seeing Wutong's surprise, the man said proudly, "Are you scared now?" Wutong was too lazy to explain anything. He just wanted to know what tricks this ninja in front of him wanted to come up with. After a while, 5 figures rushed over from different directions. 6 people wearing 6 different colors of ninja clothes, standing together. There was an inexplicable sense of oppression. "Oh, someone is calling?" Wutong asked with a smile. Gunzeduo. The man in the blue ninja suit half crouched and posed. Huo men. Zanxiai. The men in the brown and orange ninja suits half crouched on both sides of Gunzeduo. Iro. The man in the purple ninja suit half stood behind Huo men. Yaoyi. The man in the yellow ninja suit stood behind Ren Zanxiai. Enizang. The man in the black ninja suit at the beginning stood in the middle position with his hands clasped in front of him. "We are Kaji 6 ninjas." X36 ninjas shouted at the same time. "Shouldn't you wear green? And shouldn't you be called the 6th samurai? Damn, I only have a dual disc and no deck." Wutong said in annoyance. "How do you know that I usually wear a green ninja suit? What is the 6th samurai? We are the 6 ninjas. Aren't you a fool?" said Enizang. "Those who call others stupid are stupid themselves. Come on, you bunch of pirated 6 samurai. I'm going to let you know what the anger of the card man is." Wutong said. "I've said it before, we are the 6 ninjas. We are not the 6 samurai. Come on, let me show you how powerful we are," said Zhang. "We 6 ninjas always attack together," said Zanxi. "No matter if the opponent is one person or a team." Huoman continued. "But we won't bully you," Yilong said arrogantly. "Each of us will only send out one Pokémon, and you will have a 6v6 team battle with us. Of course, if you don't even have 6 Pokémon." Ye stopped halfway. "Then don't blame us." Gunzo continued. "What do you think? It's not too late to regret now. Just bow to us and apologize, and remember to take a detour when you see us in the future. We can forgive you," Zhang said confidently. "That's it. Come on, I also want to try a team battle. Lead the way. Let's find a place where we can fight," Wutong said casually while picking his ears. "Humph, arrogant guy. Do you know where this is? This is Kaju Town." The moment the trainers look at each other, the battle begins, said Zhang. The other 5 ninjas stood beside Zhang, and the 6 of them lined up in a row. The idle people nearby also gathered around when they saw that a battle was going to take place here. People automatically surrounded a venue in a place that would not affect traffic. Wutong and the 6 ninjas stood on both sides of the venue facing each other. "Is this the custom of Kaju Town? The people are really simple," Wutong said with some emotion. "Stop talking nonsense. Let's start. Moruga, come on." Zhang was the first to hand over his Pokémon. "Go. Double bomb gas. Arbok, leave it to you. Crossbot. Let's go. Nidoking. Crush them. Iriodus, come on." Huoman, Gunzo, Iro, Zanji, and Yachi also released their Pokémon. Why do I feel like we are going to fight a poison gym? But these Pokémon are very ninja-like. Everyone, come out. Wutong also released his second team of 6 Pokémon. Wutong's 6 Pokémon appeared on the field. Black Dragon Xiaohu, Grey Turtle as solid as steel, and Frog with aqua blue skin and yellow buds on its back. Xiaobe with a slender figure and full of fairy spirit, Kangaibing like a pitch black swordsman, and Ditto like a blue jelly with questions bounce and little deterrence. Ditto, your style is a bit wrong. It completely lowers our the deterrent here. Wutong looked at Ditto and said, "Mo Wu?" Ditto shouted at Wutong with a face full of grievance. "Use transformation, turn into Ninetales." Wutong said. Mo Wu Ditto's body flashed with white light, and after the white light dissipated, a silver grey hair, elegant Ninetales. At this time, the 6 ninjas on the opposite side were all stunned. What kind of guy is this? How come these Pokémon are completely different from the style in their memory? Did we choose the wrong opponent? Xiaozhi said a little uncertainly. This guy's Pokémon don't look easy to mess with. Yellow continued. That Charmeleon and Charizard, and the Pokémon that looks like Farfetch'd, looks stronger than the other. Huoman said. The point is that Ditto. How did it turn into Ninetales by itself? It's not scientific at all. Gunzu said as he looked at the Ditto that had turned into the Ninetales. What are you afraid of? We are not weak either. Xiaoxi said dissatisfiedly. That's right. As a trainer, how can you be afraid before the battle? Let's use our old tactics. Erzo said. Understood. X5 Xiaoxi and the other 5 responded at the same time. Moth, ultrasonic. Erzo commanded. Forkbit, ultrasonic. Iroh also commanded. Arbok, screech. Gunzu said. Eridus, spiderweb. Xiaoxi commanded Eridus to restrict. Double egg gas, turbid mist. Huoman commanded. Nidoking, gather key. Xiaozhi asked Nidoking to start strengthening himself. Moth and Forkbit flew in 2 directions at the same time, releasing ultrasonic waves from both sides to shoot at Wutong's Pokémon. Kaba. Arbok opened his mouth and made a harsh sound. Iriadus turned his tail towards Wutong's Pokémon, shooting out spiderwebs and spreading them on the field. Double bomb gas spit out bursts of purple mist that spread across the field. Nidoking, who was standing at the back, took a deep breath and began to concentrate his mind and improve his attention. It was obviously not the first time that the 6 ninjas had fought a team battle. They cooperated very well, and their skills did not interfere with each other and cooperated perfectly. Ditto, Sunshine. Wutong immediately responded. Ditto's Ninetale transformation was the material for the hidden characteristic Ninetale that Wutong had finally obtained. Xiaobei, push the smoke screen over. Xiaoho, Xiao, shout with all your strength. Onion Soldier, Sword Dance, Little Turtle, hold and protect the Onion Soldier. Wutong continued to issue a series of commands. The nine-tailed fox transformed by Ditto raised its head and looked at the sky, and an orange-yellow light appeared on its body. The sun became dazzling, and the light became stronger. Xiaobei sprayed black smoke with faint blue flames, and pushed it towards the spreading turbid fog. Kangaroo started to do radio gymnastics on the spot, and the small sword condensed by energy was spinning and flying around it. Xiaogi stood in front of Kangaroo, and a green translucent energy shield appeared on his body, ready to help Kangaroo resist the attack. Roar! Slash Dana! Xiaoho and Xiao shouted at the same time. Sound should be blocked with sound. The field was in chaos in an instant. The weather became very clear, the sun was dazzling, and the ground was covered with sticky spider webs. The two colors of smoke eroded each other in the field, and both wanted to drive the other out of their territory. The harsh and dizzying sound waves met in the field. The entire field instantly became a restricted area. If you enter Ashley, it is basically difficult to get out intact. Although it was the first time to fight a team, Wutong's unique vision as a reborn and sufficient combat experience allowed her to respond instantly. Even though the 6 ninjas are already an old team, Wutong still did not fall behind. In the first round of state confrontation, the two sides were temporarily in a tie. In the field, filled with two-color smoke, neither side acted rashly. After all, if you attack at will without vision, you may accidentally hurt your teammates. Xiaoho, belly bulge. Xiaobei, the power of the sun is on. Kang Yabing continues the sword dance. Wutong decisively chose to continue to strengthen his own strength. The 6 ninjas also tacitly chose to strengthen their status. The battlefield that should have been very fierce strangely entered a peaceful state. Chapter 283. As the smoke cleared, the two sides rushed towards each other, as if they had received a signal. The Onion Ranger and Nidoking collided directly, and the Onion Ranger's 2 onions and Nidoking's 2 claws were in a stalemate. Morumoth, poison powder, slash double bomb gas, poison gas. Erzang and Huoman commanded at the same time. The Morumoth flapped its wings, and waves of purple mist spread to the Onion Ranger. Double bomb gas began to wander back and forth on the field, and the holes on its body sprayed purple gas outward. Arbok, poison needle, crossbat, harass with their blades. Kyan Zeduo and Yilong also commanded their respective Pokémon to fight. Arbok opened his mouth and shot out a large number of purple energy needles at Onion Ranger and Nidoking. Crossbud had already touched the vicinity of Wutong's Pokémon and relied on its speed advantage to harass them with their blades. Iriodus, Dark Shadow. He also cooperated with others to attack. A ghost appeared on Aladus' body, and the ghost's eyes shot out black and purple light beams at Wutong's other Pokémon. Turtle used the cannon beam to sweep the back of the opposite side. Spearow flew up and used Flame Fang to stop the crossbit. Frog Whip harassed Nidoking. White, spray flames to support Spearow. Ditto, keep the sunny state. Wutong quickly gave orders. Kami. Turtle leaned down slightly, and Silverlight appeared on the two gun barrels, and the cannon beam stopped Aladus' Dark Shadow. Xiaoxia flapped his wings, and chased after the bat, and a blood-red flame ignited in his mouth and bit the bat. Xiaoxia gathered the sun's light, and sprayed a blue flame from his mouth, to intercept the bat's flight path. The vines on both sides of Xiaoxia's body stretched out, and tied up Nidoking from both sides. The nine-tailed bat Ditto transformed into at the back continued to emit light, and continued to strengthen Sunny Day. Wutong's Pokémon completed the counter-suppression for a while. However, the situation soon changed. The Pokémon of the 6 ninjas kept moving and dodging to avoid the attacks of Wutong's Pokémon. And Wutong's Pokémon kept chasing, and their attacks were interfered. Soon they were led into chaos. The attack that was originally used for support began to become an obstacle, and occasionally there would be accidental injuries. Obviously, this was a victory of the cooperation of the Pokémon of the 6 ninjas. The tacit understanding of the 6 people was obviously not developed in one day. It was clearly a 1-on-6 battle, but the situation on the field was completely contrary to common sense. Wutong's Pokémon, who should have been more like a whole, were very scattered, fighting on their own and causing interference. The Pokémon of the 6 ninjas cooperated very well, truly reflecting what a team is, and what a group battle is. Wutong looked calm, as if he had expected this situation to happen a long time ago. After all, his Pokémon had never practiced team battles. Reality is not a game. As long as you don't use skills that can affect teammates, you can release them at will. This is also one of the reasons why Wutong's battle in the late battle tower in Xiaozhi city became difficult. After all, team battles are really his weak point. Wutong's Pokémon are more accustomed to singles and doubles. So Wutong currently has only one strategy for dealing with team battles. That is the elite tactic. Wutong believes that his Pokémon are good enough, and he is not afraid of anyone of the same level in one-on-one battles. What Wutong needs to do now is to turn team battles back to singles or doubles, which he is good at. Xiaoxia. Dragon Claw. Pull the crossbit away. Onion Ranger. Swing wildly and continue to suppress Nidoking. Little Turtle. Shrink the shell. Spin at high speed. Target Arbok. Little White. Rush up and spray fire and shoot continuously. Target Moth. Little Frog continues to cooperate with the Onion Ranger, and the whip interferes with Nidoking. Ditto. Crowhead mode. Everyone adds Tailwind, and then take that double bullet gas away for me. Wutong commanded his Pokémon. Roar. Xiaoxia shouted, and blue-purple energy appeared on his claws, and then extended outward to present the shape of claws. Xiaoxia, who prepared the Dragon Claw, approached the crossbit directly, and his two claws scratched the body of the crossbit, and kept forcing it into the sky. The two onion blades of the Onion Ranger were entangled by black mist, and the onion blades danced continuously to suppress Nidoking. Xiaoxia shrank into his shell, and the tortoise shell floated in the air, and began to spin at high speed, and then hit Arbok. Monster. Xiaoxia started running, shooting blue fire pillars from his mouth from time to time, aiming directly at the moth. Facing the blue fire pillars, the moth moved left and right to dodge, so how could Xiaoxia let it go? He moved swiftly in the venue to chase the moth, and attacked it with jets of flame. The nine-tailed Ditto ran towards the double bomb gas, and in the process of jumping high and rushing towards the double bomb gas, a light appeared on the Ditto's body and turned into a dark purple-pink crowhead, which was entangled by air currents, and the air currents continued to extend and entangle other companions. After flying to the side of the double bomb gas, the crowhead grabbed the double bomb gas and took it directly into the sky. Xiaoxia's actions were much more dull, and he kept pulling Nidoking with a vine whip on the spot, hindering Nidoking's actions. Eridus, Spiderweb. The only remaining Alidus also started to move under the command of Xiaozhi, and also began to hinder the actions of the Green Onion soldiers. Nidoking. Make a scene. Xiaoxia immediately commanded a counterattack. When he saw Nidoking was suppressed, the remaining 4 members of the 6 ninjas found that their Pokémon were forcibly restrained and immediately began to command their Pokémon to return to the correct position. We can't let them get what they want. Hold them tightly. Onion Ranger. See-through. Double blade style double slash. Little Frog. Flower petal dance. Wutong decided to let Onion Ranger and Little Frog start a strong attack to beat Nidoking out first. Onion Ranger's eyes flashed, seeing through Nidoking's violent attack, and the onion blade stabbed directly on Nidoking's fist. Nidoking instantly lost his balance and staggered. Onion Ranger saw the opportunity and slashed with 2 onion blades in parallel, one in the forward grip and the other in the reverse grip. Little Frog at the back sprayed a burst of petals from the flower bud on his back and attacked Nidoking. Because of the sunny day, Little Frog activated the characteristics of chlorophyll, and its speed doubled. The petal dance came from behind and wrapped around Onion Soldier and Nidoking in the middle, tearing the Onion Soldier and Nidoking in the middle like a meat grinder. At this time, Onion Soldier also used the double blade style, double slash, and its body rotated on the spot to bring up a gust of air, and the petal dance that Little Frog rolled up was isolated. The skills of the 2 Pokémon at the same time formed a strange balance without hurting each other, and only the world where Nidoking was injured appeared. Nidoking fell to the ground after being hit by 2 skills, but he had not lost consciousness and was still struggling to get up. Iriadus. Night Demon Shadow. Seeing that the situation was not right, Xiaozhi quickly commanded Alidus to support. A ghost appeared behind Alidus again, and purple-black energy shot at Onion Soldier to stop its action. Onion Soldier. Substitute. Wutong commanded. The Onion Soldier's body split, and the Dark Knight Shadow hit the stand left in the original place, and the stand instantly collapsed to the ground. Onion Soldier. Open 3 swords. Swing wildly. Little Frog. Use the Vine Whip to stop Alidus. Wutong commanded with a spirit of economy. The Onion Soldier bit a bush blade, and the empty wings grabbed the stand, and the duck knife appeared again. There were no extra skills, only extreme madness. Black Mist wrapped around the 3 swords, and slashed madly at Nidoking. Little Frog also moved again, pulling away to the side, and 2 vine whips stretched out to tie up Alidus, and then threw it hard to the ground. Nidoking, who was hurt again, could no longer support it, and fell to the ground. Seeing that Nidoking had lost his ability to fight, the 6 ninjas became more anxious. Xiaozhi knew that Wutong's next target was his Alidus, and the other 6 ninjas also tried hard to get rid of the entanglement and support Alidus. But Wutong's Pokémon are much stronger than their Pokémon in terms of hard power. Although they have the advantage of being commanded by trainers, they are not so easy to deal with in the crazy entanglement. The scales of victory began to tilt gradually, then continue to the next target. Little Frog. Parasitic Seeds. Onion Ranger. Fly up. Divine Bird Smash. Target Alidus. Wutong continued to command. Little Frog did not let go of the Vine Whip and spit out a few seeds from the buds behind him and fell on Alidus. The seeds exploded instantly and Alidus was tied up more firmly. Although Alidus was 4 times more resistant to grass, it could not resist these control effects. The Onion Ranger also threw away the duck knife, inserted the 2 onion blades back behind him, and flapped his wings to fly up. The orange-yellow light enveloped the Onion Ranger. The Onion Ranger turned around and rushed towards Alidus on the ground. Little Frog, help the Onion Ranger. Throw Alidus up. Wutong commanded coldly. Dana. The Little Frog swung the whip again, and Alidus was thrown towards the Onion Soldier. The Onion Soldier and Alidus collided in mid-air, and a dull collision sound appeared. Alidus was directly knocked to the ground. The Onion Soldier also returned to the ground. His chest kept rising and falling, indicating that he was also exhausted. After all, the continuous high-intensity attack was also consuming his physical strength. Iriadus. Xiaozhi couldn't help but shout in despair. However, Xiaozhi's call did not work, and Alidus still turned into a circle-eyed and lost consciousness. The 6 ninjas lost another Pokémon, and could no longer see the hope of winning. However, in the face of such a disadvantage, the 6 samurai still had no intention of giving up and continued to fight and look for hope of a comeback. Wutong was a little surprised to see the state of the 6 ninjas. He originally thought that they were guys who would only bully the weak with their numbers, but now it seems that it may be true as they said. Whether they are facing one person or 100 people, there are really only 6 of them. Wutong couldn't help but respect them a little, and it was precisely because of respect that Wutong was even less likely to hold back, commanding the green onion soldier and the little frog to continue to devour the other Pokémon that were separated. The next target is the double ball gas. Wutong is ready to get rid of the double ball gas and then release Ditto. What needs to be done now is to race against time. After all, the risk of Wutong's style of play is also very high. If he delays the opponent's Pokémon and is solved in advance, Wutong will be at a disadvantage. Green Onion Soldier, hold on and use the Divine Bad Slam again, targeting the double ball gas. Little Frog, use the Leaf Blade to limit the movement of the double ball gas. Wutong commanded. The Green Onion Soldier flew high again, and the Little Frog also came near the double ball gas. The Leaf Blade shot out and kept attacking the back of the double ball gas to limit its range of movement. Just when the Green Onion Soldier used the Divine Bad Slam again to hit the double ball gas, Huomen said, "Big explosion." The command was not detailed, no target was mentioned, no specific requirements were given, only a skill name, but for this skill, this was enough. A dazzling white light appeared on the body of the double bomb gas, and the double bomb gas used this skill of mutual destruction without hesitation. The strong explosion engulfed Ditto in Crowhead mode and the Onion Soldier that rushed down with the Divine Bird. The other 3 battles were also affected. The shock wave generated by the big explosion affected Xiaohuo, Xiaobei and Xiaogi, causing their actions to pause. The Pokémon of the 6 ninjas seemed to have long been accustomed to the shock wave of this big explosion, and continued to try to break away from the entanglement of the Wutong Pokémon. As the smoke caused by the big explosion dissipated, the double bomb gas fell to the ground. The Onion Soldier also fell down with a charred body. Ditto sensed the danger, changed back to its original form, and dodged in advance, but the damage was not that great. The double bomb gas that fell to the ground lost its combat ability as expected. Wutong's Onion Soldier had just launched a full strength attack, and had been in a stalemate with Nidoking for a long time, and was hit by a big explosion head on. The Onion Soldier finally couldn't hold on, and fell to the ground, losing his ability to fight. Due to the impact of the double bomb gas explosion, the remaining 3 Pokémon of the 6 ninjas finally broke away from the entanglement, and gathered together again. And the remaining 5 Pokémon of Wutong also gathered together. Both sides looked at each other, and the victory or defeat would be decided in the next confrontation. Everyone pay attention, keep your distance. Ditto, Platypus mode, big word explosion, little fire, little white spraying flame, little frog, petal dance, little turtle, cannon beam cannon. Wutong shouted directly. It's already 5 against 3, and the devil will give you the opportunity to continue to make tactics. Wutong directly turned on the cleaning mode. Ditto's body changed into the appearance of Platypus, and the 2 barrel arms were raised. 2 fireballs were shot out and merged into a large fireball. During the flight, the fireball deformed into the shape of a big word. On the left and right of Ditto, the small fire and the small white flame gathered in the air, and the blue and scarlet fire pillar shot out, bringing down the baptism of fire on the Pokémon of the 6 ninjas. The little turtle set up the barrel and fired the silver energy cannon. The little frog also rolled out pink petals again, but because most of the field was covered by flames, the little frog's flames could only paddle at the edge, completely becoming a tool for special effects. After a round of sweeping attacks, the remaining 3 Pokémon of the 6 ninjas also lost their combat capabilities. All the 6 ninjas were speechless, and they didn't expect Wutong to choose such a violent way to end the battle. It seems that I won. Wutong took back his Pokémon and said, "If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 284. The 6 defeated ninjas looked at Wutong and fell into silence, not for anything else, just because they were defeated so badly this time. It's not that they haven't failed before, but they have never been beaten 1-4-6 like this. The point is that the only Pokémon that was replaced was not defeated by them head on, but because they beat them too hard and consumed too much energy to lose their fighting ability. It's really a shrimp and a pig's heart. Then, as a loser, it's not too much to meet one of the winner's conditions. Of course, it won't be something particularly excessive. Wutong came to the 6 ninjas and said. At this time, the crowd watching the excitement had dispersed. After all, the battle was over. The 6 ninjas didn't say anything but just looked at Wutong, waiting for his next words. Since they didn't get angry and leave directly, nor did they say no, they should have agreed. I remember there is a valley nearby. I lost a very important Pokémon there, a long-haired pig. It was winter at that time. Because Pokémon are often frozen there, I'm very worried about it. Please help me find it. Wutong said his request and left. As for whether the 6 ninjas would help him find Wutong, he didn't care. After all, this request was just a temporary thought. Are you willing? Zhang said as he looked at Wutong's back. Although the other 5 of the 6 ninjas didn't say anything, their eyes were fixed on Wutong's back. After a while, until Wutong's back could no longer be seen, the 6 ninjas scattered and left. After the battle, Wutong came to the Pokémon Center. After all, he had experienced a battle, and his Pokémon still needed a rest. Because he only consumed a lot of physical strength and the injuries were not serious, Wutong's Pokémon recovered quickly. Wutong, who had recovered to his best condition, adjusted his mentality and came to the front of Kaji Gym. When he came to the door of Kaji Gym, Wutong felt that Kaji Gym should be the most plain gym he had ever seen. There was no fancy appearance, just a red-roofed house that looked very ordinary, like a factory building. Pushing open the iron gate outside, Wutong went directly into Kaji Gym. When he entered Kaji Gym, Wutong felt a chill, not a psychological effect, but a physical chill. Coupled with the daily lights off like other gyms, the chill was even more intense. Walking all the way, he walked all the way to the battlefield of Kaji Gym, and no one stopped Wutong. And in the battlefield of Kaji Gym, Wutong saw the person he was looking for, the owner of Kaji Gym, Liubo. The battlefield of Kaji Gym is an ice-covered field with some protruding ice rocks on it, and Liubo is training his Pokémon in the battlefield at this time. Many little sea lions, white sea lions, Shelder and Lapras are conducting confrontation training in the field. Every Pokémon is very serious and decisive and merciless. Even if some Pokémon are accidentally injured, Liubo standing at the side of the field just ignores it with a cold face. Liubo will only take action when the Pokémon is too injured to be trained, but he just puts it back into the Pokéball and puts it aside, looking like he is preparing for unified treatment. Sensing the sound behind him, Liubo turned his head and looked at Wutong. The sharp eyes made Wutong unconsciously think of his best friend. It's just that his best friend is a Tsundere monster, and the Liubo in front of him is truly cold and ruthless. Winter Liubo is not called for nothing. Are you here to challenge the gym? Liubo asked Wutong. Yes, I'm here to challenge the gym, but before that I'd like to bring my grandparents to say hello to you, Grandpa Liu. Wutong stood up straight unconsciously under Liubo's gaze and said politely. Liubo was also stunned when he heard Wutong call him Grandpa Liu. After all, no one has called him Liu for a long time. Now only those old friends should know this name. After all, from that day on, the enthusiastic and competitive Liu was dead, leaving only the cold and ruthless Winter Liubo. So you are Zhu Cheng's grandson? No, if it's Grandpa and Grandma, you are Aquan and Xing's grandson Wutong? Thinking that Wutong might be the grandson of his old friend, after that, Uncle Liu's expression softened a little. After all, even the most serious old man will unconsciously show his kind side when facing his grandchildren. Yes, Grandpa Aquan and Grandma Xingzi specifically told me to say hello to you. Wutong nodded in response. They are still the same, but since you are here to challenge the gym, let me see your strength first. Don't worry, I won't use my full strength. Uncle Liu said directly to Wutong. I understand please, Grandpa Liu. Wutong didn't mind what Uncle Liu said. After all, Uncle Liu's strength was there. Uncle Liu waved his hand, and all the Pokémon who were training in the field stopped, and then consciously surrounded the field. Uncle Liu stood directly to one side of the battlefield, took out a Pokéball, and threw it into the field. A white sea lion was released. This white sea lion is obviously different from the white sea lions training nearby. It is much stronger in both mental state and size. Wutong walked to the other side of the battlefield and looked at the white sea lion in front of him. He didn't know what to say for a moment. There was no doubt that this white sea lion in front of him must be one of Liubo's main forces. Although he knew that Liubo would definitely let him go, Wutong still felt a little pressure in his heart. Kangaibing, go. Wutong directly chose Kangaibing to play, not only because Kangaibing is the strongest Pokémon in his second echelon, but also because Kangaibing has an advantage in attributes. Although the fighting type is not resistant to ice, it has a bonus in damage. Originally, Xiaoxia should be a better choice, but the white sea lion is a water plus ice type. Flame cannot cause higher damage to it, and Xiaoxia will become more dangerous because of the fire type. When facing an opponent of Liubo's level, Wutong had to be very alert and use all the advantages that could be used. Kangaibing, I remember it seems to be a Pokémon from the Galar region. Liubo said, after seeing the Kangaibing. Wutong thought to himself that it was not good. As expected, people become more cunning as they grow older. Even if they don't know all the Pokémon from other regions, they always know the general idea. It seems that Liubo can't do it with attributes alone. Yes, the Kangaibing is a Pokémon from the Galar region. Wutong saw that he had been pointed out, so he simply admitted it openly. It looks like you have cultivated it well, so let's start. Let me see how much strength you have inherited from Aquan and Xiaozhi. Liubo said calmly. Okay, Kangaibing, don't let Grandpa Gu Liu down. Sword dance. Wutong said seriously. Seeing that Wutong immediately entered the combat state, his eyes became very sharp, and the whole person's atmosphere changed. Liubo couldn't help but be a little stunned. After all, Wutong's state at this time is very similar to his old friend Aquan. It seems that Aquan has a great influence on Wutong in combat. Feeling the seriousness of his trainer, the green onion soldier drew out the two green blades behind him and rushed directly towards the white sea lion. The two green blades danced with a strange rhythm and slashed directly at the white sea lion. The green onion soldier's flash power, extreme attack, no matter what skill it is, it can be used to attack the enemy. It is a flash power that completely abandons defense and attacks the enemy with all its heart and soul. White sea lion, freeze beam. Blindly reckless is not a good choice. Liubo saw the green onion soldier rushing up and commanded directly. The white sea lion spewed out a blue-white beam from its mouth and shot at the green onion soldier. The green onion soldier immediately began to rotate, and the two green blades followed the rotation to cut through the blue-white beam. However, the white sea lion's freezing beam was stronger than the green onion soldier imagined. Even if it was interrupted by the green blade, the white sea lion's freezing beam did not stop. There were even a few ice crystals on the two green blades of the green onion soldier. Kangaibing, get out of the way. Don't fight hard. Wutong ordered immediately. After hearing Wutong's command, the Kangaibing immediately leaned down and rolled sideways to avoid the freezing beam of the white sea lion. The freezing beam of the white sea lion lost its target and hit the battlefield, leaving a small raised ice surface. Seeing that the Kangaibing successfully avoided the freezing beam of the white sea lion, Wutong was sure that Liubo had indeed let him go. After all, he didn't think that the white sea lion could not sweep the freezing beam. Thanks to this letting go, the Kangaibing successfully approached the white sea lion. Although the sword dance did not successfully exert the attack effect, the strengthening buff that should have been there was not lost. The attack of the Kangaibing was improved. Kangaibing, chop the tiles. Wutong did not hesitate to directly command the Kangaibing to launch the attack. White appeared on the Kangaibing blade of the Kangaibing's right hand, fell vertically and chopped at the white sea lion. White sea lion, headbutt, the timing is good, but it's still too slow. Liubo said. Known. The white sea lion twisted its head, pushed its body forward, and hit the green onion soldier with its horn directly. The white sea lion's head hit the green onion soldier's abdomen directly, and Wutong felt whether the horn on the top of the white sea lion's head had pierced into the green onion soldier's body. The green onion soldier felt pain, and his strength not only softened, but he still tried to chop the green onion blade on the white sea lion, completing a wound for wound exchange. As for who won, Wutong couldn't confirm it. The white sea lion's attack hit first, and the damage was full. Although the green onion soldier's tile chopping strength was weakened due to the attack, the fighting ice was double damage after all. So there was no way to determine who had the advantage. Wutong could only make himself believe that it was still a stage of equal strength. Sure enough, fighting with Grandpa Guliu is very stressful. Green onion soldiers, gather your energy and slash continuously, Wutong said. Wutong didn't believe that the white sea lion could be more powerful than the green onion soldiers in close combat. So Wutong understood that the green onion soldier's chance of winning was to rely on close combat to make the white sea lion lose its rhythm. The green onion soldiers took a deep breath, concentrated their minds, looked at the white sea lion with sharp eyes, and clenched the two green onion blades. The next second, the two green onion blades chopped out alternately, oppressing the white sea lion's activity space. Good choice, white sea lion. Facing the ground, Aurora Beam. Liu Bo commanded. Known the white sea lion lowered its head, and the horn on its head appeared a colorful beam of light and shot towards the ground. When it touched the ground covered with ice like a mirror, the colorful beam shot around. Green onion soldiers, substitute. Wutong commanded hurriedly. The ice surface reflects the aurora. Question mark? Is this scientific or not? Do you know the answer? Waiting online. Wutong looked at the green onion soldier who blocked the aurora beam with his substitute, and then looked at the white sea lion that looked like a disco ball, and couldn't help thinking. Anyway, no matter whether it is scientific or not, the green onion soldier successfully survived the counterattack of the white sea lion. Green onion soldier, continue to attack. Dance and swing wildly. Wutong did not intend to give up, and continued to command the green onion soldier to attack. The two green onion blades of the green onion soldier were entangled by black mist. He kicked his substitute in front of the white sea lion and rushed over. White sea lion, freezing beam. Liu Bo commanded calmly. Known. The white sea lion spit out a blue-white energy beam again, and shot it at the green onion soldier. Green onion soldier, see-through. Wutong also countered it. The green onion soldier hit the substitute with a green onion, allowing it to resist a round of attacks for itself. Then he successfully rushed to the front of the white sea lion and raised the green onion blade to interrupt the freezing beam of the white sea lion. The substitute green onion soldier also fell beside the green onion soldier. The two green onion blades wrapped in black mist had been ready for a long time, and the sound of the substitute green onion soldier landing became the signal to start. The green onion soldier began to swing the two green onion blades frantically, hitting the white sea lion non-stop. White sea lion, water flowing. Liu Bo commanded. The flowing water appeared out of thin air beside the white sea lion, and the green onion soldier was squeezed out by the sudden appearance of the water flowing. A recovery skill allowed Liu Bo to use the effect of driving it away. Don't give it a chance. Green onion soldier, use the ultimate move. Three swords flow purgatory demon slash. Wutong shouted. The green onion soldier did not hesitate at all, bit an green onion blade and rolled over, rolling to the substitute green onion soldier. He grabbed the substitute Kang Yubbing, and the duck knife appeared. The steel color covered the whole body, and then was quickly transferred to the three sharp blades. With a crazy look in his eyes, Kang Yubbing instantly approached the white sea lion, and slashed at the white sea lion at a speed with an afterimage. The watering on the white sea lion did not stop the crazy Kang Yubbing, and was directly cut into pieces. Liu Bo looked at the sudden burst of Kang Yubbing without saying a word. Maybe he thought it was enough. After Kang Yubbing was completely exhausted, Kang Yubbing's attack finally stopped. The white sea lion was finally able to get out of this crazy attack, but it had lost consciousness at this time. Kang Yubbing, who had exhausted all his strength in this battle, collapsed directly to the ground. Although he was not unconscious, he looked like he had no fighting ability. Thank you for your guidance, Grandpa Guliu. Wutong said politely. He was not naive enough to think that he had defeated Liubo by strength. You know, Liubo was letting him win and kept pointing out his problems in the fight. This was obviously a coaching battle. It would be ungrateful to be complacent after winning. Chapter 285. The weather was very hot, but the weather was very hot. In Kaji Town, in Kaji Dojo, Liubo, who had finished the coaching battle with Wutong, brought Wutong to the reception room of Kaji Dojo. Sit down, I'll make you some tea, Liubo said to Wutong, and left the reception room. Wutong sat on the sofa obediently, waiting for Liubo to come back. His green soldiers had been sent to the treatment room for recovery. Wutong was more or less afraid of Liubo, the serious old man. Liubo in winter really made people feel harsh. Even as a grandchild, Wutong did not dare to treat him like other old friends of his grandparents, and always behaved very well. After a while, Liubo came back with 2 teacups. Putting one of the teacups in front of Wutong, Liubo sat opposite Wutong, holding the teacup and slowly tasting the tea. Wutong also picked up the teacup and smelled it, and a fresh fragrance instantly filled Wutong's brain. Smelling this fresh fragrance, Wutong, who was not very interested in tea, couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Following Liubo's example, Wutong carefully sipped the tea. The next second Wutong's expression suddenly changed. He glanced at Liubo and then gritted his teeth and swallowed the tea. This tea didn't have any strange taste. It was more like a very pure taste, only pure bitterness, so bitter that Wutong wondered if his tongue was going to die. However, after Wutong swallowed this mouthful of tea, a fresh fragrance instantly spread from his throat back to his mouth. At the same time, Wutong felt that his mind became clear and his thinking speed became a little faster. Of course, it might also be because it was too bitter, so bitter that his brain had hallucinations. Not bad. Not much was vomited the first time I drank this tea. Liubo smiled when he saw Wutong's expression. Thank you for your compliment, Grandpa Guliu. What is this tea? Wutong tried to keep his expression calm and asked Liubo. I found this by chance in the valley near Kaji Town. It looks like tea, so I tried to brew it. Of course, my expression was similar to yours when I drank it for the first time. Liubo said. No way, Grandpa Guliu. This tea is too bitter. Although the aftertaste is long and fragrant, the bitterness at the beginning is not something that ordinary people can bear. Wutong said with a wry smile. But you should be able to feel that this tea can make people more sober and is very helpful for the spirit. The most important thing for a trainer in battle is to ensure that his mind is not confused and to deal with various situations soberly, so I like this tea instead. Liubo said. It seems that I have to get used to this bitter taste. I just don't know if Grandpa Guliu's tea is enough for me to drink. Wutong made a joke when he saw Liubo smiling. Ha ha ha, little rascal, don't worry, I have enough tea here. Even if there is no more, I will take you to pick more. You are quite strong, but there is still a lot of room for growth. I will train you for a while. Liubo said without giving Wutong a chance to refuse. I understand. I will work hard, Grandpa Guliu. Wutong certainly would not refuse and said directly. Originally, Wutong also had the idea of training with Liubo. Every powerful trainer has his own set of training methods, not to mention Liubo, an old man of the same era as Professor Oak. That was the era of competing with Professor Oak. The profession of trainer did not have to become weaker with age, but became more powerful with age. As long as there was no accident with the Pokémon. Wutong felt that, even if the young Liubo did not have the strength of a champion, Liubo in the winter now could definitely compete for the championship. So training with Liubo was a great opportunity for Wutong. Gym leader, first level god, king, champion, these are all connections. Hehehe. Wutong sipped his tea and muttered to himself. If Wutong's training experience were to be spread out, it would probably cause a stir. After all, this Linoop is too luxurious. Ordinary trainers would feel lucky to meet one of them for guidance and training, but Wutong simply came with a full set. Sure enough, no matter which world you are in, connections are very important. Could this little guy have hit his head? Should we notify Akun? Looking at Wutong, who was drinking bitter tea and laughing, Liu Bo said with a little trouble. After drinking tea, Wutong retrieved the onion soldier. Liu Bo took Wutong out of the Kaji gym and came to a waterfall outside Kaji town. Let's train here today. If I'm not mistaken, Xianatong, you should have superpowers. Liu Bo said to Wutong. Yes, Grandpa Gu Liu is really amazing. Wutong was secretly surprised and said to Liu Bo, don't worry, your superpowers should be used as a trump card. Ordinary people can't see it. I can see it, because your state when drinking bitter tea is obviously different from other people who drink bitter tea. Bitter tea has a better effect on you. Liu Bo said to Wutong. Is that so? Wutong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I thought my superpowers were so easy to be discovered. It turned out to be because of bitter tea. Okay, let all your Pokémon out. Liu Bo said to Wutong. Okay, Grandpa Gu Liu, everyone, come out. Wutong threw out a few Pokeballs and said, Ditto, Firecracker, Frog, Turtle, Onion Soldier, and Witty were all released, and there was even a little ghost among them. Dream Demon, why did you come out today? Wutong looked at Dream Demon curiously and said. Dream Demon rubbed Wutong intimately to show that he was not too sleepy today and wanted to come out to play with Wutong. Okay, but don't disturb Firecracker's training, Wutong said. Seeing the interaction between Wutong and Dream Demon, Liu Bo frowned. You seem to have a good relationship with your Pokémon. Liu Bo said. Yes, they are all my closest companions and my family, Wutong answered without hesitation. After hearing Wutong's words, Liu Bo was stunned for a moment. Wasn't he like this at the beginning? But, humph, Pokémon can't be tamed. If you invest too much emotion, you will only get hurt in the end. Especially during training, you must be strict, Liu Bo said in a cold tone. Obviously, Uncle Liu still feels bitter about what happened back then. Grandpa Giliu, my grandparents told me that you also treated Pokémon as family members, Wutong said to Uncle Liu. Those two talkative guys, that was many years ago, Uncle Liu said. As he spoke, Uncle Liu showed a look of nostalgia. When I was young, I was just like you, enthusiastic, liked Pokémon, and constantly challenged different opponents to make myself stronger. At that time, I also treated Pokémon as my family. Uncle Liu calmly recounted the story of his youth. At that time, I had a long-haired pig, which was my best partner. We always encouraged each other to become stronger together, until one battle, when our opponent was a duck-billed fire beast. The long-haired pig and I lost, and we lost miserably. At that time, I was not calm enough, and in order to protect the long-haired pig, I was hit by the fire of the duck-billed fire beast together with it. Uncle Liu's face was still calm, but this calmness made people a little distressed. I was severely burned. That night, when the snow was raging outside, the long-haired pig left me. It left without hesitation, and without any regrets. From then on, Pokémon were no longer my friends or my family. I began to train them strictly. Gu Liu died from that day, and only Liu Bo in winter was left. Liu Bo said, and walked towards the waterfall silently. Looking at Liu Bo's back, even though Wutong knew the reason for the incident, he felt a sense of loneliness. After all, that was his companion who had worked hard with him all the way. Think about it, if Pikachu abandoned Xiaozhi and left alone, after losing the game even Xiaoxia's heartless and carefree personality would start to doubt his life, right? I still think that the enthusiastic Gu Liu is better than Liu Bo in winter, Wutong said to himself, and he decided to go to the nearby valley to look for it tonight. Wutong, who had set a goal, followed Liu Bo. At this time, Liu Bo also regained his original calmness and began to tell Wutong about the training goals. As a trainer, you must always stay calm, so it is very important to train your mind. You have dealt with the combat situation very well. What you need now is to keep yourself calm enough and the Pokémon's ability to execute your orders. Liu Bo said. Yeah. Wutong took out a small notebook and began to carefully record Liu Bo's words, looking like a good student. So, take off your clothes, Liu Bo said to Wutong. Yes. Wutong took off his clothes without hesitation, leaving only a pair of boxer shorts. Of course, Wutong is not a fool who only knows how to obey, but because he knows how Liubo plans to do it. How to train him. In the anime, there is a scene of Liubo practicing under the waterfall, so Wutong directly guessed that Liubo also planned to train him in this way. It seems that you have guessed it, so go under the waterfall and do it well. Remember, don't be distracted by anything. I will also arrange your Pokémon. Liubo nodded with satisfaction and said, I understand, Grandpa Liu. After Wutong responded, he went directly to the waterfall and sat cross-legged. The cold waterfall washed over his body and made Wutong tremble. Then he quickly adapted to it, and Wutong's Pokémon were still curious about what kind of performance art their trainer was doing. Then he was stopped by Liubo, and Liubo didn't say much, and directly sent out a thorny shell, a white sea lion, and a Lapras. Seeing this posture, Wutong's Pokémon immediately understood that it seemed that they were going to be beaten again. Wutong's Pokémon quickly adjusted their status, and then divided into 2 teams, and each team selected a target and started fighting. The Dream Demon looked around, and flew to Wutong, imitating Wutong's way of closing his eyes, and feeling the rush of the waterfall. Liubo smiled gratifiedly at Wutong and his Pokémon who were in the state, but then his expression became indifferent, and he looked in a direction where the long-haired pig left. The training of the day ended quickly, and both Wutong and his Pokémon looked exhausted. Liubo took Wutong to have a good dinner, and threw him in a guest room of Kaji Gym, leaving a message to get up early tomorrow, to practice and then left. It's really Liubo in winter. Grandpa Liu is ruthless in training. Really, my whole body is in a new pain, Wutong said tiredly, while lying on the bed. However, Wutong, who had important things to do in the evening, only lay down for a while and got up. Quietly leaving Kaji Gym, Wutong called Kang Yubbing out again outside. Second generation navigation god duck, come on, take me to the waterfall where we trained today, Wutong said to Kang Yubbing. Huh? Kang Yubbing had a question mark on his face. Do you want to hear what you are talking about? Kang Yubbing had no choice but to take Wutong to the waterfall where they trained during the day. Then I hope one night is enough to find our target. Rotom, come out to work and see if there is a valley nearby. Wutong patted his pocket and said to Rotom on the phone. This is overtime Rotom. Rotom doesn't like overtime. Rotom on the phone said what Binkue was thinking. Cough. No, Rotom on the phone flew out of Wutong's pocket and said to Wutong, what nonsense are you talking about? How can you count it as overtime if you don't even get paid? Wutong said seriously. Rotom on the phone looked speechless, turned around angrily, and began to look for a nearby valley. The next day, Liubo waited at the dining table and found that Wutong had not appeared. Feeling a little strange, Liubo came to Wutong's door. Could it be that the intensity of yesterday's training was too high and he couldn't get up? Liubo thought so and knocked on Wutong's door. However, looking around, there was no one in the room. Liubo couldn't help but frowned. It can't be that he ran away because the training was too hard, right? Liubo thought about Wutong's performance yesterday and still felt that Wutong couldn't leave without saying goodbye, so he simply walked out of Kaji Gym to find Wutong. Liubo didn't see Wutong all the way out of Kaju town, so Liubo continued to walk to the waterfall. After searching here, there was still no trace of Wutong. Where did this little guy go? Liubo said to himself. Grandpa Liu. With the vibration of the ground, a voice came from a distance. Liubo looked over in confusion, and then opened his eyes wide in surprise, because he saw the long-haired pig that abandoned him and left him. On the back of the long-haired pig was Wutong, who looked a little embarrassed. At this moment, Wutong was waving at Liubo with a bright smile. What happened? Liubo muttered to himself in a confused but happy tone. Chapter 286. The two of them were so busy that they had to wait for a long time. Wutong rode the long-haired pig to Liubo and jumped down in front of him. Hey, sorry, Grandpa Liu, I'm late, Wutong said to Liubo with a silly smile. Before Liubo responded, the long-haired pig rushed to Liubo impatiently, pressed him under his body, and kept rubbing Liubo. Fuck, long-haired pig, don't. Wutong couldn't help shouting. At the moment, when the long-haired pig pressed Liubo under his body, Wutong vaguely heard a click. After a panic, Wutong finally calmed down the long-haired pig and successfully rescued Liubo from under the long-haired pig. It must be said that, although Liubo is not young, he is still very strong. After all, he is a tough guy who practices under the waterfall when he has nothing to do. So although he was knocked down by the long-haired pig, Liubo was not injured. "What are you doing back now?" Liubo, who regained his freedom, looked at the long-haired pig with a complicated expression. "Hey, Grandpa Liu, look at what the long-haired pig is carrying," Wutong said to Liubo. Liubo also noticed the herb in the long-haired pig's mouth at this time. "This is a herb that is very effective for burns." Liubo couldn't help but say the moment he saw the herb. "That's right. In fact, the long-haired pig didn't abandon you at the beginning. When I found it, it was frozen in thick ice, and it was this herb that was protected under it." Wutong patted the long-haired pig and said. The long-haired pig also sent the herb to Liubo, as if hoping that Liubo would eat the herb quickly. "Hairy pig, I'm such a fool. I actually misunderstood you for betraying me. Please forgive me, hairy pig." After hearing what Wutong said, Liubo was stunned instantly and hugged the hairy pig directly and said with tears in his eyes. The hairy pig called twice and rubbed Liubo intimately. The hairy pig said it doesn't mind, it just misses you very much. Wutong said with a smile on the side. "I'm sorry, hairy pig, you are indeed my most important friend," Liubo said happily while hugging the hairy pig. Wutong stood aside and did not disturb the reunion of the trainer and Pokémon after decades. "Xianatong, thank you so much. Without you, I don't know when I can find the hairy pig again. I may always live as Liubo in winter." After Liubo and the hairy pig calmed down, Liubo said to Wutong gratefully, "It's okay, Grandpa Liu, this is what I should do." Wutong waved his hand and said, "No, I must thank you anyway, but how did you know that the hairy pig didn't betray me, and then you found the hairy pig?" Liubo said firmly. "It's actually very simple. Grandpa Liu, you have such a good relationship with the hairy pig. How could it abandon you because of a victory or defeat? However, it's normal that you didn't figure it out, Grandpa Liu." Wutong took care of Liubo's emotions and said, "As for how to find the hairy pig has a very keen sense of smell, so it has a good ability to distinguish and search for plants such as herbs. You said that you were severely burned because of protecting the hairy pig, and there are burn herbs distributed near Kaju town. So I guess the hairy pig should have gone to help you find herbs, but encountered some accidents and couldn't come back." Wutong turned on the bluffing mode and gave a seemingly reasonable explanation. "But at first I was just guessing and didn't dare to tell you, so I secretly went to the valley at night to look for the place where the burn herbs grew. But the valley was really big. I walked all night to find it all, but my luck was not very good. Finally I found the ice cave that trapped the long-haired pig." Wutong scratched his head and said with a smile. Liubo looked at Wutong's embarrassed look and his nose was sour. "What a good child. Aquan and Xingzi are so lucky to have such a good grandson. Good boy, let's go. Today's training is temporarily cancelled. You need to rest. Long-haired pig, you should come back and rest first," Liubo said and took out the Pokeball and took back the long-haired pig. Sure enough, although Liubo always said that he was Liubo in winter and would no longer be friends with Pokémon, he still carried the Pokeball of the long-haired pig with him. "I'm actually fine, Grandpa Liu. I think I can train first," Wutong said. "Nonsense, you are like this. Health is the most important thing. Don't worry, I will let you practice enough when you get well." Liubo showed his authority as an elder and dragged Wutong to Kaji Gym. Wutong could only follow him obediently. Liubo thought as he walked, "I will ask Aquan and Xingzi what Wutong likes or needs when I go back. I must not treat this good child badly." Chapter 287. After the battle, the two sides of the battle were in chaos. After returning to the Kaji Gym, Liubo sent Wutong back to his room and told him to sleep. He then sent the long-haired pig to treatment. In any case, the long-haired pig had been frozen in the ice for decades, and there would definitely be some problems with its body. Liubo's absolute main force at the time. Now he may not even be able to beat the Pokémon of Liubo's second and third teams. But it doesn't matter. With Liubo's current strength, it is easy for him to get the long-haired pig back to the top and become the main force again. Just look at the shining Gyarados that Adu subdued. Its strength has increased rapidly. From a product of experimental catalysis, it has directly become the main force of a championship level team, and it is even vaguely competing with Dragonite for who is the trump card. If Liubo wants, the long-haired pig will soon become his trump card again. After settling Wutong and the long-haired pig, Liubo directly used the video call to contact his two old friends. It's Xiao Liu, how are you recently? Has my Xiaotong arrived at your place? The call was connected, and Aquan's face appeared on the screen, and greeted Liubo enthusiastically. Long time no see, Xiaoquan, thanks to Xiaotong, I'm very happy today. Liubo said with a smile. Huh. Xiao Liu, you actually smiled? Aquan said in surprise. Why? Is it surprising to see me smile? Liubo asked back. Of course, old woman. Come on. Xiao Liu actually smiled. The unsmiling man who has not smiled for decades actually smiled. It's a miracle. Aquan turned around and called his wife. What? Gu Liu smiled. Xingzi ran over immediately after hearing Aquan's call. Enough of you two. And what does that guy who doesn't smile mean? Wait a minute. I was wondering why everyone would smile strangely when they saw me for a while. You two guys are the ones who did it. Liubo said with a cold face again. How is that possible? Of course not. Aquan and Xingzi said in unison. Forget it. You two always liked to play pranks back then. I've gotten used to it. Let's talk business. You two should know what Xianatang likes, right? I owe him a big favor, and he's a good kid. I think I need to give him something. Liubo said. You owe Xianatang a favor? No way. With your strength, Xianatang should be hard to help you, right? You didn't fancy Xianatang's talent and want to snatch our grandson, did you? Xingzi said vigilantly. Xianaquan, remember to take this guy to see a psychologist when you have time. What kind of persecution delusion is this? And didn't we agree at the beginning that we would treat all juniors equally? Liubo replied. You two are so old now, why don't you keep quarreling when you meet? So what did Xianatang do for you? Aquan said helplessly. He helped me find the long-haired pig. Liubo said calmly. After hearing what Liubo said, Aquan and Xingzi were silent. They certainly knew what the long-haired pig meant to Liubo, but they didn't expect that their grandson would help him find the long-haired pig. This favor was indeed a big one. Now you can tell me what Xianatang likes, right? Or what does he need most now? Liubo asked. You've asked the right person. I love Xianatang the most. This child often needs women's clothes recently, so what he needs most now is all kinds of new women's clothes. Xingzi said confidently with her arms around her body. Wutong, who was sleeping in the room, suddenly trembled, and his face began to become distorted and painful, as if he had a nightmare. What? Women's clothing? Liubo said in disbelief, as if he had heard something incredible. Wait a minute. Old woman, is the soup you cooked almost dry? Go back and take a look. Aquan on the side felt that something was wrong and hurriedly drove away Xingzi. Xiao Liu, just forget what Xingzi said just now. She suddenly wants a granddaughter recently, so you know. After sending Xingzi away, Aquan hurriedly said to Liubo. Is it? But Xianatang is really wearing women's clothing? Liubo still asked. Well, there is a reason for that. Aquan explained to Liubo. After listening to Aquan's explanation, Liubo showed an expression of I see. So that's the case. It's indeed a good idea. After all, even the genders are different. If you look at the two people, it is difficult to connect them together, even if there are some similarities. This is indeed a good way to hide your identity. Liubo said. It is completely understandable to do business in women's clothing to hide your identity. It is not a perverted thing, but just a disguise. You should know that there are many people in those special departments who are proficient in disguise. Not to mention changing gender, there are even species and gender changes. In Liubo's impression, there was a search officer who disguised himself as a flash mother monster to investigate the poaching organization and successfully found the secret base of the poaching organization. With other colleagues, he took down the entire poaching organization in one fell swoop and became famous in one battle. So Liu Bo didn't think there was anything wrong with Wutong's disguise to hide his identity. It seems that Xiaotong is a big target. So what do you think this child needs now? Liu Bo asked Aquin. What this child lacks most now should be the right Pokémon. You should have known that this child has a special physique and can't command normal Pokémon to fight except for the flash Pokémon. Aquan was still reliable at the critical moment and said to Liu Bo, now that you said that, I realize that Xiaotong is indeed full of shiny Pokémon. I didn't expect that there is such a strange physique. It will be difficult to walk on the road of Pokémon trainers in this case. Liu Bo frowned and thought. That's right, but this child really likes Pokémon and loves the profession of Pokémon trainer, so we also want to fully support him, but his luck is also good. He has captured many shiny Pokémon, but there should be no ice Pokémon in them. As a Pokémon trainer, the depth of the Pokémon pool must be sufficient. It shouldn't be difficult for you to find a shiny ice Pokémon, right? Aquan said. Shiny ice Pokémon? It's really a good gift, so that's it. Oh, by the way, remember to find time to take Xingzi to see a psychologist or a brain doctor. After Liu Bo said that, he hung up the call directly. This guy, Aquan said helplessly as he looked at the black screen. After hanging up the call, Liu Bo began to think about what kind of shiny ice Pokémon he should give to Wutong. If it was a Pokémon of other types, Liu Bo would not be so confident, but as an ice Pokémon trainer at the top of the pyramid in the world, it is difficult to find a desired ice Pokémon, but it is not impossible. In order to be on the safe side, Liu Bo decided to select multiple ice Pokémon as targets at the same time and search for them at the same time, so that there will always be one that meets Liu Bo's requirements. After thinking for a while, Liu Bo made a decision. After making the decision, Liu Bo immediately began to contact acquaintances in various regions who specialized in raising ice-type Pokémon. When the people contacted by Liu Bo heard that Liu Bo wanted a shiny ice-type Pokémon, they all agreed happily. Liu Bo, a master of ice-type Pokémon, still had a lot of faith. Soon, Liu Bo contacted a circle of people, and then he just needed to wait for the result with peace of mind. On the other side, the willing to accept the lost 6 ninjas were trying hard to find the frozen long-haired pig that Wutong mentioned in the valley near Kaju town. However, after searching for a long time, several people found nothing. I say, that kid won't lie to us, right? Xiaozhi said irritably. How is it possible? What's the point of him lying to us? He has already won, and when he left this request, it was obvious that it didn't matter whether we did it or not. Zhang shook his head and said, indeed, it is most likely that his missing Pokémon has left to a farther place or was captured by a Pokémon hunter. Huo Men said as he sat on the ground. Let's wait for the other group to come back and see if there is any harvest. Zhang said. After a while, the other 3 of the 6 ninjas came back. How is it? Did you find it? Zhang asked. It can be considered as half found. Iroh said helplessly. Half? What do you mean? Xiaozhi asked curiously. Look, this is the Pokémon decoration we found. I saw a trainer's hairy pig with something similar. Yachi took out a ring-shaped decoration and said, that's just a clue. How can it be considered as half found? Huo Men asked. That's because we found an ice mold that looks like a hairy pig in an ice cave. It looks like a hairy pig was frozen in it before. Kyang Zeduo said. That means. Zhang said helplessly. We failed in our mission. The remaining 5 members of the X56 ninjas continued. Ah, what a hassle. The X66 ninjas sighed in unison. Chapter 289. The 2 of them were very happy. After hearing what Wutong said, Xiaogang and Xiaoxia's expressions became firm. That's right, if we leave Team Rocket alone, other Pokémon will suffer. Xiaogang said, I don't want a GP and other Pokémon to suffer. Let's go back together. Xiaoxia also said, great, let's go back to the Lake of Anger as soon as possible. Xiaoxi shouted happily. Pikachu also shouted with a firm face. Since everyone agrees, let's go back together. Wutong said. The 4 immediately ran towards the Lake of Anger. When they ran back to the side of the Lake of Anger, the four happened to see the red Gyarados covered by the net. A rocket team ship was dragging the red Gyarados forward. In the net covering the red Gyarados, 3 familiar people of Wutong and his group were struggling constantly. That Gyarados has fainted, Xiaoxia said, looking at the red Gyarados, that did not react at all. Isn't that Musashi's group? Xiaogang also saw the rocket team trio struggling constantly. Find a way to rescue Gyarados, Wutong said. That's right, Crocodile. Go rescue Gyarados. Xiaozhi immediately took action and sent Crocodile. Although I'm afraid of Gyarados, I can't just leave it alone. Frog, please. Xiaoxia also sent out her own frog. The 2 Pokémon jumped into the water and swam towards the red Gyarados. Little turtle, come out and help too. Wutong certainly couldn't just watch the show, so she called Little Turtle out. Little Turtle dived into the water and caught up with Little Turtle and Frog. After sending out the turtle, Wutong secretly released Ditto and let Ditto attach to his back to become a backpack, but this backpack is solid and has considerable hardness. On the rocket team ship, 3 Pokémon suddenly appeared next to the red Gyarados and tried to destroy the net. Dr. Silanu and Chenji started talking. What's the matter with those 3 Pokémon? Dr. Silanu asked. Is it those little ghosts? Are they getting in the way again? It seems that there is one more little ghost, damn it. Chenji saw Wutong and others on the shore and said angrily. Behind the 2, Adu, who was dressed in a miscellaneous brand of the rocket team, also quietly walked forward a few steps and saw Wutong and others on the shore. Is it Xiaozhi and the others? Question mark? Why are they back again? The one next to him is Wutong. Why is he here too? Adu thought secretly in his heart. So that's how it is. Let's scare them. I'm Silanu. Start irradiating the Pokémon Evolution Acceleration Wave. Dr. Silanu took out a walkie-talkie and said, Evolution Acceleration Wave? Question mark? Adu felt that he had heard an important clue. Direction -024. Evolution Acceleration Wave. Launch. Silanu commanded the launch of the Pokémon Evolution Acceleration Wave. A signal transmitter at the temporary base of the Lake of Rage built by the rocket team began to rotate, aiming at the direction of the red Gyarados and Wutong. A strange sound wave was emitted, and the little turtle, the little saw crocodile and the mosquito frog who were tearing the capture net began to become listless and their limbs began to lose strength. Little saw crocodile and mosquito frog, and Xiaotang's water arrow turtle. What happened? Xiaozhi couldn't help shouting when he saw the 3 Pokémon suddenly lose strength and float on the water. What the hell is going on? Xiaoxia also said, very puzzled. It seems that Team Rocket has done something. Anyway, let's take back Turtle first. Wutong said, taking out the Pokéball and taking back Turtle. Xiaozhi and Xiaoxia also quickly took back their Pokémon after hearing what Wutong said. Then the next step is to pretend to be defeated and captured. Wutong's eyes flickered with blue light. At this time, Wutong was using his superpowers to connect with Ditto behind him to help Ditto resist the strange sound waves. Although Wutong could forcefully burst out his superpowers and then cooperate with Adu to catch all the rockets present, Adu obviously wanted to conduct an in-depth investigation. As a caring subordinate, Wutong must cooperate with Adu well. At least he should keep an eye on Xiaozhi and the other 3 first, so that Adu can let go and act with confidence. Although the final ending and the animation is good, in Wutong's opinion, Xiaozhi and the others' behavior can only be described as good-hearted, but brainless. Originally, Adu could have lurked all the way to find Team Rocket in Kaji, the base of the town, and then catch all these people before the red Gyarados was taken away. As a result, because of Xiaozhi and his reckless behavior, Adu had to turn back to save them, resulting in no one being able to stop the red Gyarados in the first time when it went berserk. Later, facing the crazy and destructive red Gyarados, instead of choosing to quickly defeat it and send it for treatment, he actually chose to talk in a way of, stop, Gyarados, we don't want to fight you, we just want to be your friend. If it weren't for the protagonist's hello, Liubo happened to stop the red Gyarados nearby, maybe Pokémon would have ended completely in this episode. When Adu finally freed his hands and was ready to quickly suppress the red Gyarados and send it for treatment, the three guys actually asked Adu not to continue attacking, saying that Gyarados was pitiful. People whose homes were destroyed by Gyarados, are we not pitiful? Then he watched Dragonite fight with red Gyarados and began to enter the Sage mode, saying things like Gyarados was not at fault, but the humans who made it evolve. Gyarados was so pitiful, etc. When Wutong saw this plot, he was very touched and wanted to say hello to the screenwriter's family. It was simply forced to be sensational and sublimated, but it had no effect other than making people almost have a cerebral hemorrhage. It's almost coming, Wutong thought secretly in his heart, after seeing Pikachu and GP become listless. The next second, several rings shot from the air and directly trapped Wutong and the others. I didn't expect you to dare to come back. You are really brave. But you know too many of our secrets. I will not let you go. Tatsumi stood on a motorboat and came to Wutong and the others and said. Behind Wutong, Ditto, who had turned into a backpack, tried to support his body to prevent the rings from shrinking further. With the help of Ditto, Wutong can escape at any time. Several people were brought back to the ship by Chenji, and several people were escorted all the way to the temporary base of Team Rocket. At this time, Wutong finally saw Adu. Seeing Adu looking at him, Wutong lowered his head, and a blue light flashed in his eyes. Adu paused for a moment, and then continued to play the role of a rocket soldier with a normal look, but he was very curious about how his disguise was seen through. Appendix. The main text of this chapter is over, and the following is the 6.1 Children's Day Special Extra written at the beginning. Well, let me briefly talk about why the update in May is so casual, because May is the month of labor, so Benkui is obliged to indulge in labor. To put it simply, Benkui was very busy at work in May, working overtime every day, and had no time to write, so the update was very unstable. Now, it's happy June. Benkui finally doesn't have to work overtime like in May. I can update normally. So, I officially announce here that in June, Benkui has definitely stood up. I will not stop updating in June. If I stop updating again, I will be a puppy. Woof, woof. Just in case, I will bark first. Then, in order to make up for the very unstable update in May, Benkui will try to update twice a day. If Benkui can't do it, I will be a puppy. Woof, woof, ahem, don't mind, just in case, I will bark first. Then the above ends, and the main text begins below. This is a story that may or may not happen many years later. On a sunny day, the breeze blows, and the birds sing and the flowers bloom. In the yard of a house in Pallet Town, 4 men gathered here, and were reading a message board together. My dear friends, a challenger sent me a letter of challenge, so I went to 20th area. The signature was a Pikachu paw print. Below this message was another message. Backquote, I went with my dear, and it was like a honeymoon, so I'll leave it to you. Sasha. The signature was a small smiling face wearing a hat. So, is this what the bastard Xiaozhi asked us to do? A young man with black hair said helplessly. It seems so. This guy really knows how to pick the time. He called us all when we are all on vacation. A young man with green hair and a work suit and many tools on his waist said happily. This bastard, I must teach him a lesson when I see him. A young man with a gloomy face, dark purple sportswear and purple hair said viciously. Don't think about it. That guy is harder to see than Wutong. He is exactly the same as his father when he was young. He runs around the world and never goes home. A young man in white. The young man, who was wearing a shirt, black trousers, a white coat and a pair of gold-rimmed rimless glasses, shrugged and said. So, Serena went crazy with him, right? I'm very busy, bastard. Why do I have to help this guy take care of the child when I finally have a break? Wutong, who was wearing a Pokémon investigator uniform, said madly. By the way, where is Aunt Hanako? Can't she help take care of Sasha? Xiaoming, who was wearing work clothes, asked. Aunt Hanako went on vacation with her uncle, or should I say, she went on her 127th honeymoon. Xiaomao, who was wearing a white coat, said helplessly. Is this family hereditary? I thought he had something important to do and close the gym in advance and came here, but this is what happened? Shinji, who was wearing a purple sportswear, said very unhappily. At this moment, the sound of the door opening sounded behind the four people. Looking back, a girl who looked 70% similar to Xiaozhi, but much more childish, with hair color not black, but brown like Serena, and eyes blue like Serena. In short, anyone who knew Xiaozhi and Serena could tell at a glance that she was their child. Is Sasha awake? Are we too noisy? It's all because of Shinji and Xiaomei, these two guys, who always quarrel. Seeing Sasha, Wutong immediately changed his face and said, "This bastard." X2 saw Wutong's face change at the speed of light, and Shinji and Xiaomei glared at Wutong fiercely. "Long time no see, Sasha, you have grown up a lot. Here, this is a small gift for you." Xiaoming came up to Sasha and took out a Pikachu toy from somewhere. "Thank you, Uncle Xiaoming, Uncle Wutong, Uncle Xiaomei, Uncle Shinji, good morning." Sasha took the Pikachu toy and said to the few people politely, "P.S. Why is she called Sasha? Because Xiao's Japanese homonym is Shashiwu, and Shashiwu and Serena both take the first sound of Shashiwu and Serena, so it's fine to use her as a nickname or a pet name." Sasha, "Uncle, I have bad news to tell you. Your parents don't want you anymore. They left you here and went out to play. So do you want to consider going home with Uncle? There are many Pokémon at Uncle's house." Wutong squatted in front of Sasha and said, "This guy is sick again." Shinji looked at Wutong coldly and said, "Well, go ahead, Xiaoming, it's decided to be you." Xiaomei shook his head and said, "Okay, leave it to me." Xiaoming rolled up his sleeves and grabbed Wutong's collar and dragged him away. "Remember to tie it tightly, otherwise this guy will easily run out," Shinji said bluntly. "Don't worry, I understand." Xiaoming dragged Wutong with one hand and raised his other hand and waved it. "Hey, let me go. Believe it or not, I will sue you for attacking the Pokémon Special Investigator. I tell you, I have a lot of subordinates." Wutong kept struggling and kept saying lines like a villain. Okay, it will be over soon." Xiaoming was unmoved and dragged Wutong away. "This guy is still the same even after so many years. He is very reliable at work, and there are so many subordinates who admire him. TSK, 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 humans are indeed a complex creature." Xiaomei sighed as he watched Wutong being dragged away. Sasha, holding a Pikachu toy, was unmoved by the situation in front of her, as if she had long been accustomed to it. She can be said to be very familiar with these four uncles. Her mother said that they are all her father's best friends, and they have always been very good to her, but they are just noisy every time. As for Wutong, Sasha didn't care at all. After all, she had long been accustomed to the fact that her parents were not around. At a young age, she had already understood the truth of life, that her parents were the true love, and she was just an accident. Anyway, mom and dad will be back after a few days, so Sasha won't be too sad. Sometimes, before she even starts to miss her parents, they come back again. Xiaozhi and Serena have something to do in other areas, so please let us take care of you. How about it? Are you hungry? Have you had breakfast? Shinji said to Sasha calmly. Although there was still no expression on his face, his tone was trying to be gentle. Puff Xiaomei on the side couldn't help laughing when he saw Shinji like this. Are you dissatisfied? Shinji heard Xiaomei's laughter and pierced Xiaomei with cold eyes. Puff, I just didn't expect that the strongest gym leader in Sinnoh, who is called Yanbing's Abyss, would speak in this tone. Facing Shinji's piercing eyes, Xiaomei didn't care at all, sneered. It seems that you want to taste the taste of failure again, Dr. Xiaomu with a lot of peach blossoms. Shinji said lightly when he saw Xiaomei's happy look. Hey, I told you. Don't call me that name, bastard. Xiaomei was instantly furious when he heard Shinji's words and responded unhappily. Today, Xiaomei is already an excellent Pokémon researcher. Although he is not a real doctor yet, he has been regarded as a quasi-doctor by everyone. So many people call Xiaomei a doctor. As for why it is Xiaomu, of course, it is because his grandfather, Dr. Oak, is still active in the research community and is the unshakable strongest trainer in the research community. So in order to distinguish, Xiaomei as a grandson is called Dr. Xiaomu by everyone. As for why it is Dr. Xiaomu with a lot of peach blossoms, it is because everyone has seen Xiaomei and his 6 girlfriends traveling together many times. So Xiaomei also has the title of Dr. Xiaomu with a lot of peach blossoms. Of course, Xiaomei himself was very unhappy with this title, so he became irritable when he heard Shinji mention it. Looking at Uncle Shinji and Uncle Xiaomei quarreling in front of her, Sasha, who did not inherit the liveliness of Xiaoxi and Serena, but was very quiet, sighed helplessly. This time, the time to miss mom and dad came much earlier. To be continued, chapter 290. After Wutong and Adu secretly communicated, Xiaoxi finally couldn't help it, and shouted to Dr. Sinnoh and Chenji, "What do you want to do, you bad guys? What do you want to do to Gyarados? Anyway, you can't escape, so I'll tell you the content of Plan R." After hearing Xiaoxi's roar, Dr. Sinnoh turned around and said to Xiaoxi complacently, "Is this also something you can say? Question mark?" Wutong was numb. Do you have to be so straightforward? Just tell others when they ask you. Are you really not afraid of being eavesdropped? Adu on the side also became energetic after hearing what Dr. Sinnoh said and pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Plan R? Xiaoxi repeated the question. That's right. Plan R is a revolutionary plan, a plan to freely control the evolution of Pokémon. This is our rocket team's revolutionary plan. Dr. Sinnoh turned into a small encyclopedia and answered all questions. Control the evolution of Pokémon? Xiaogang couldn't believe it. How can such a thing be done? Xiaoxia directly refuted. Look at that Gyarados. The existence of that guy is the ironclad evidence of the success of the evolution acceleration wave we developed. Dr. Sinnoh pointed to the red Gyarados that was caught like a cooked prawn. After hearing Dr. Sinnoh's words, several people all looked at Gyarados. Evolution acceleration wave? Seeing that the red Gyarados was locked up, Xiaoxi and the other 2 continued to ask in a very supportive manner. That's right, the evolution acceleration wave. We use the evolution acceleration wave to illuminate the lake of anger, and then a Magikarp reacted and evolved into a Gyarados. Dr. Sinnoh said with a smile. How could it be? Xiaoxi said in disbelief. And we also found that this accelerated evolution can be used as a weapon. Dr. Sinnoh said. This is all thanks to your Pokémon. If we hadn't seen your Pokémon being affected, we wouldn't have known that this accelerated evolution wave is so effective on Pokémon. Chenji said. But the accelerated evolution wave has not been completed yet. The reason why the Gyarados is red may be that the skin color of the Magikarp period has been left behind. We plan to slowly study the Gyarados and perfect the accelerated evolution wave. Dr. Sinnoh continued. Watching Dr. Sinnoh answering questions and actively extending knowledge points like a responsible teacher, Wutong fully understood what it meant that the villain died because of talking too much. Even if it is completed, it's meaningless. The Pokémon that evolves like this obviously has serious problems, and even if it evolves and doesn't listen to orders, it will only be trouble. Wutong said. Anyway, Dr. Sinnoh is so easy to talk to, so why not help Adu to say more? HMPH. So what if there are problems? As long as the Pokémon can achieve stronger evolution, these sacrifices are worth it. As long as the Pokémon forced evolution radio waves are completed, we can form the strongest Pokémon army. Dr. Sinnoh said disdainfully. As for what you said about not listening to control, HMPH, what our rocket team needs is just a powerful tool. We have been researching devices to force control Pokémon for a long time. However, that waste Bixius took all the dark balls away and was caught. Damn Pokémon investigator, our rocket team will make them pay the price sooner or later. Dr. Sinnoh continued. Very good, say more. The top Pokémon investigator is right behind you. Wutong thought secretly in his heart as he looked at Dr. Sinnoh's arrogant look. Damn it. I won't let you succeed. Xiaoxi said angrily. Ignoring the efforts of trainers and Pokémon. What kind of evolution is that? Xiaogang roared. I will never sit idly by. Xiaoxia also said. Very good, very spirited and courageous, but it would be better if you could say these without being caught. Wutong continued to think. You guys can shout as much as you want. Do you think you can stop us? It's a waste of effort. Chenji said disdainfully. Is this the reason why you don't take their Pokémon away? Pikachu is lying on Xiaoxi's shoulder, and GP is still held by Xiaoxia. This villain is too unprofessional. Damn, there are so many complaints to complain about, so busy. Wutong's mood began to get angry. After another verbal battle, Wutong and his friends were locked up. Hey, let us out. Xiaoxi is still trying to output. It is impossible for us to leave here. That's right, never. Ha 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 ha. Chenji laughed and left the cell. What should we do, Xiaoxi? Xiaogang said, looking at the iron bars. We are not only locked up here, but also tied up. There is nothing we can do. Xiaoxia said, a little discouraged. I will never give up like this. I must crush that guy's ambition. Xiaotong, you also say something. Xiaoxi said unwillingly. So, how did you guys survive safely in so many incidents with such recklessness? Thank you for your hard work, ditto. Wutong said helplessly. Hearing Wutong's words, Xiaoxi and the other two all turned around and looked at Wutong. At this time, Wutong had escaped and was moving his body, and next to him was the blue round Ditto. Ignoring the three surprised people, Wutong directly commanded Ditto to free them. Great, let's go and save Gyarados. The freed Xiaoxi said immediately. So, don't be so reckless. Alas, those guys should have left. With Adu here, there shouldn't be any problem. Wutong was very helpless. On the other side, Adu, disguised as a soldier of Team Rocket, drove in the transport convoy of Team Rocket. This time, because of Wutong's presence, Adu did not turn back to save Xiaoxi and the others, but followed Team Rocket wholeheartedly, intending to directly wipe out the entire nest of Team Rocket. Seeing that Team Rocket's transport convoy was moving towards Kaju Town without any hesitation, Adu contacted Miss Junsha in Kaju Town with the video phone and the car. What? Team Rocket's base is in Kaju Town? Miss Junsha said in surprise, after receiving Adu's call. It seems that they plan to use a helicopter to transport Gyarados directly to the headquarters. Adu said. I understand. I will ask someone to go over for support immediately. Miss Junsha saluted and said. Please. Adu said and hung up the call. The scene returned to Wutong and the others, and the people trapped in the cell were trying to escape. Although Wutong released Xiaoxi and the others, Pikachu and GP were still under the influence of the forced evolution radio waves, and they all lay on the ground weak and sore. Hey, you are Pokémon trainers. Ditto. Wutong sighed and said, when he saw the few people trying to open the cell with their hands. Mao Ditto heard Wutong's call, and walked directly out of the cell. This kind of iron-barred cell is equivalent to no defense for Ditto. After arriving outside the cell, Ditto crawled to the keyhole, extended a part of his body, and inserted it into the keyhole. After twisting for a while, the cell was opened. Great, Xiaotong, you are really amazing. Xiaoxi shouted happily as he looked at the open cell door. Okay, let's go. I hope it's not too late. Wutong walked out of the cell directly. As for whether he could make it in time, he probably would not have made it without Adu. Besides, Musashi and Kajiro were blocking them. By the time they arrived, Adu should have solved the problem. Stop arguing. You can't be released. Musashi came over and said after hearing a noise coming from the cell. Yes, it's impossible. Kajiro, who was following behind, continued. However, when the two arrived at the door of the cell, they found that Wutong and Xiaoxi had successfully escaped. The little brats actually ran out. Musashi shouted in surprise. We are the ones who will be recorded in the history of Team Rocket. We must not let them run away. Kajiro said hurriedly. Damn it, it's Team Rocket. Pikachu. Use 100,000 volts. Xiaoxi said subconsciously after seeing Musashi and Kajiro. Pikachu called out weakly, and a weak electric current flashed across Pikachu's cheek, and then there was no follow-up. Although Pikachu was released, the influence of the Pokémon's forced evolution wave still existed, and Pikachu had no strength to launch an attack. Pikachu doesn't seem to have recovered yet. Go, Arbok. Musashi seized the opportunity and immediately released his Pokémon. Carbo. This is a good opportunity. We will take Pikachu. Double bomb gas. Come out. Kojiro obviously did not forget his original intention and directly sent out double bomb gas. Gas, I said. Have you two forgotten me? Ditto. Swampert mode. Water burst. Wutong said. Mal. Ditto received the command and jumped directly towards Arbok and Ghastly. During the jump, its body changed and turned into a muscular the pink hunk, Swampert. The water flow wrapped around his arms and he sent Arbok and Ghastly flying out with one punch. Send them away, turbidity. Wutong continued to command. Ditto opened his mouth and a turbid mud flow spurted out. Why is it so noisy? Meow Meow came over weakly at this time and saw Musashi Kojiro, Arbok and Ghastly flying over after being hit by the turbidity flow. What a disgusting feeling. Meow. X3 Sonans. It's solved. Let's go. Wutong said calmly, as if it wasn't him who had just sent the rocket trio flying. After that, Wutong took Ditto out of the cell and prepared to go to the laboratory to take a look. Xiaotong's technique is so skillful. Xiaogang couldn't help but say, yeah, he doesn't often send people flying like this, does he? Xiaoxia continued. What are you talking about? Let's go and save Gyarados. Xiaoxi said immediately, obviously concentrating on Gyarados. After hearing Xiaoxi's words, several people immediately followed Wutong and left the cell. You go and save Gyarados first. I will destroy this place before going. We can't let Team Rocket continue to use these things to hurt Pokémon. Wutong said to Xiaoxi and others. Anyway, the delay has been long enough, and without transportation, it is difficult for the three of them to quickly catch up with Adu and Team Rocket, and it should not hinder Adu's actions. Instead of continuing to delay them, it is better to let them go directly, so that it will not hinder their actions. Okay, I'll leave this to you, Xiaotong. After hearing Wutong's words, Xiaoxi agreed without hesitation. Be sure to be careful. Xiaogang said. We will save Gyarados. Xiaoxia was full of confidence. Watching the three people leave Wutong, I began to think about how to get to the laboratory. After looking around and thinking for a moment, Wutong decisively took out the Pokeball. Navigation duck number 2. It's decided to be you. Wutong threw the Pokeball and said. Gap. The released onion soldier looked at Wutong with a puzzled look, as if wondering why his trainer was sick again. Okay, navigation duck number 2, now your trainer needs you to take him to the laboratory. Start navigating. Wutong said. Wutong thought about the probability of finding the laboratory by walking around randomly. Sure enough, professional things still need to be handed over to professionals. Onion soldier sighed helplessly and then resigned himself to taking Wutong forward in this temporary base of the rocket team. Under the leadership of navigation duck number 2, Wutong successfully found the laboratory. Well done, you have lived up to the inheritance of your navigation duck family. Wutong looked at the laboratory in front of him and praised Onion Soldier. Quack. Quack. The green onion soldier shouted in dissatisfaction. You are the navigation duck, and your whole family is the navigation duck. And it is not from the same tribe as the platypus. Ignoring the green onion soldier who was quacking, Wutong came to the computer in the laboratory. I don't know whether it was because he was confident that this place would not be invaded, or because he was careless. The computer did not have any password or other encryption measures. The information about the forced evolution of Pokémon was placed here so openly. Although this laboratory is going to be destroyed, this information is worth collecting. I will give it to Mewtwo later. Maybe I can research something. Wutong said to himself while looking at the information in front of him. You know, Mewtwo's scientific research ability is actually very strong. After all, as a psychic, his intelligence is very high, plus Mewtwo's studious nature and the heritage on the new island. In fact, Mewtwo is also an excellent scientific researcher. After finding a mobile hard drive to copy the information in the computer, Wutong directly commanded his Pokémon to start the demolition project. A good temporary base of Team Rocket was turned into a ruin by the wanton destruction of Wutong's Pokémon. Okay, the mission is completed. It's been a long time. Adu should have been done. Let's contact him and see. Wutong called out the mobile phone Rotom. After all, he had to contact Adu in his original identity. If he used the investigator's special communicator in Xiaotong mode, it would be very likely to reveal something. He tried to contact Adu, but Adu didn't answer the call. Strange, with Adu's strength, it should have been solved after so much time. Could there be any accidents? Wutong said to himself as he watched the call automatically hung up because no one answered. The screen switched to Adu's side. At this time, Adu was commanding Dragonite to fight. However, Dragonite's opponent was not only Tatsumi's two toucans, but also a ferocious Arbok. Opposite Adu, besides Tatsumi, there was also a plump woman wearing a white Team Rocket Kada uniform. The accident really happened. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291. The two of them were in a state of panic. Looking at the temporary base of Team Rocket that had turned into a ruin in front of him, and looking at the contact of Adu that he still couldn't get through, Wutong began to have a bad premonition in his heart. Really, what's going on with this feeling of panic? It can't be a warning of superpowers, right? I have to rush over to take a look. Wutong felt uneasy and couldn't help frowning. Come out, Xiaoxia. Wutong called Xiaoxia decisively without hesitation. Raw Xiaoxia appeared in front of Wutong and waited for Wutong's instructions. Let's go back to Kaju Town. The faster the better. Wutong turned over and jumped on Xiaoxia's back and said, "Raw." Xiaoxia nodded and flew directly into the air with his wings vibrating. While flying to Kaju Town on Xiaoxia's back, Wutong saw Xiaoxi and his group running on the road. However, because of his uneasy mood, Wutong did not say hello to the three of them and sped up to Kaju Town. On the riverbank near Kaju Town, Wutong finally saw Adu, and at the same time he knew the reason for his uneasy mood. Originally, the only ones who blocked Adu and the Anim were Tatsumi's two toucans. Although they fought for a long time, Adu also won. But in the current situation, Adu is obviously at a disadvantage. Because there is still a ferocious Arbok to attack. Coupled with the constant harassment of the two toucans, Dragonite is obviously suppressed. And the owner of Arbok is, as expected, the plump red-haired woman wearing a white Rocket Team Kada uniform next to Tatsumi. That woman. Is it Athena? How could she be here? Wutong immediately recognized the woman as one of the four generals of Team Rocket, Athena, who is as powerful as Apollo. P.S. No one should think that Adu is too weak, right? Without considering Adu's crazy release, Tatsumi's two toucans and Adu's Dragonite fought for a long time in the Anim. Now with the addition of main Pokémon of a senior Kada of Team Rocket, it is normal for Dragonite to be suppressed in a 1-on-3 situation, right? And Benkue thinks that Adu is still growing up. After all, Adu is only the Flying King now. No, cross it out, it is only the Dragon King, Dodo. The Red Gyarados, one of the main forces in the future, has not been subdued yet, so this should be very normal. Benkue explained crazily. Where is the Red Gyarados? Wutong saw that Adu was still able to support, and hurriedly started looking for Gyarados. You have to know that the Red Gyarados is in a state of rampage. If it is allowed to move at will, the damage it causes is incalculable. Soon, Wutong saw the Red Gyarados, which was struggling frantically in the water at this time, with a capture net entangled on its body. On the nearby shore, the Rocket Team's miscellaneous soldiers were attacking the Red Gyarados with various weapons, trying to subdue it. Fortunately, it is still within the controllable range. Xiaoxia, go down to help Adu. Wutong saw that the Red Gyarados had not yet recovered its freedom, and decided to help Adu first. Roar. Hearing Wutong's command, Xiaoxia dived directly. As Xiaoxia dived, Wutong saw the opportunity and jumped off Xiaoxia's back and landed next to Adu. Xiaoxia. Dragon dive. Wutong commanded directly. Roar. With a roar, the blood-red flame on Xiaoxia's tail spread all over his body, and the blood-red energy aura wrapped Xiaoxia and turned into a red energy dragon. The blood-red energy dragon rushed directly towards the two toucans. What? Toucans, move quickly to avoid it. Although Tatsumi was startled by Wutong's sudden appearance, he still quickly commanded his two toucans. The two toucans heard the command and tried to dodge to both sides. However, Xiaoxi's justice, sneak attack, was very sudden, and the two toucans were still affected. Both were hit, and their bodies swayed, and almost hit the ground. Xiaoxi? You are here. Where are Xiaoxi and the others? Adu asked happily when he saw Wutong appear. Xiaoxi and the others have also run out, and are running here now. I came here first with Xiaoxi. Oh, by the way, I also destroyed the base of Team Rocket. Wutong replied. Well done. Now we just need to rescue Gyarados. I'll leave the two toucans to you. I'll go deal with Athena. Adu said, obviously trusting Wutong very much. I understand, but you have to do it as soon as possible. My main team is not around. Wutong did not dare to be arrogant and replied directly. After all, Xiaozhi is a tough guy who can fight with Adu for a long time, and Wutong is not arrogant enough to think that he is invincible. An interesting little guy has come. Xiaozhi, get rid of this little guy as soon as possible. That Gyarados is very important to Lord Sakaki. Athena looked at Wutong and said casually, I understand, Lord Athena, little brat. Come on, I almost let you succeed in the sneak attack just now. It's not that easy now. Xiaozhi stared at Wutong and said, Dragonite, wing attack. Adu directly commanded Dragonite to attack Arbok. Dragonite's two small wings were covered with white light and extended outward, forming white energy light wings that hit Arbok. Arbok was taken to another battlefield by Dragonite. Arbok, Freeze Fang. Athena was not to be outdone, and directly commanded Arbok to counterattack. Kaba. Arbok opened its mouth, cold air began to appear, and a pair of frozen sharp teeth appeared out of thin air and bit Dragonite. The painful Dragonite threw Arbok to the ground. This time, both sides had a win or loss. Come on, let me see how strong the dragon messenger Adu has become now. Athena stared at Adu and said. Compared with Wutong, a little kid who jumped out of nowhere, Adu, the confidant of boss Sakaki, really made Athena more interested. HMPH, it's enough to deal with Team Rocket. Adu snorted in response. Seeing that Adu and Athena had pulled the battle line elsewhere, Wutong also began to concentrate on dealing with Tatsumi in front of him. Obviously, Xiaoxi's strength is far inferior to Adu's Dragonite. Facing the fierce attack of two toucans, Xiaoxi seemed to be shaky. Xiaobai, please. Wutong did not hesitate, and immediately sent Xiaobai to help Xiaoxi. Facing two toucans fighting in the air, Wutong's current Pokémon really don't have any particularly good countermeasures. Needless to say, Steelix and Iron Warrior, they were taken out purely because they thought they were not exposed fast enough. Although Onion Soldier can fly, flying is equivalent to giving up the use of Onion Blade, and its combat power is not reduced by half, but by 80%. In addition to Onion Soldier's fighting attribute, if it really fights in the air, it may die faster than Xiaoxi. Needless to say, Frog, a grass type, may be a target when facing two agile toucans. It can be used in one-on-one, but it completely becomes a weakness in doubles. Turtle can also be used, but Wutong is afraid that the battle will be too chaotic. If the turtle shoots a water column at Xiaoxi, it will be a lot of fun. So after thinking about it, Xiaoxi is the most suitable. As for Ditto, it is a hidden weapon and the last insurance. How can it be used now? Moreover, Wutong had other reasons for choosing Xiaobai. This battle might be a good opportunity. Xiaobai, help Xiaoxi, spray flames. Xiaoxi, open your dragon claws. Wutong commanded immediately after releasing Xiaobai. Raw Xiaobai looked up and saw that Xiaoxi was being besieged by two toucans and immediately sprayed a blue flame column. Xiaoxi, who was very sensitive to flames, knew that it was his good sister Xiaobai who came to help. The blood-colored energy of his claws condensed to form two energy claws. The two claws waved left and right to force the two toucans away, and then immediately flapped their wings and left the place. After Xiaoxi left the battle, a blue flame column shot from the direction where Xiaoxi was just now and hit one of the toucans at once. Toucans, move at high speed. Random attack. Xiaozhi commanded calmly. GAA. The two toucans screamed at the same time. The toucans hit by the blue flame column broke free from Xiaobai's sprayed flames and chased Xiaoxi from two directions with another toucan. The two toucans surrounded Xiaoxi from both sides, their sharp and slender beaks emitting white light. The heads of the two toucans danced back and forth, and the after images left behind seemed to turn them into two chili and attacked Xiaoxia. Xiaobai, smokescreen. Xiaoxia, Irontail. Wutong immediately commanded, hoping to give Xiaoxia a chance to readjust his state. Xiaobai sprayed bursts of black smoke mixed with blue flames to cover Xiaoxia and the two toucans. Seeing the black smoke covering him, a metallic color appeared on Xiaoxia's tail. He turned his body and whipped his tail on the two toucans, and once again distanced himself from the two toucans. HMPH, it's in the way, toucans, blow away this smoke. Chenji shouted. GAA. The two toucans cried, flapping their wings continuously, and the wind they brought blew away all the black smoke nearby. What a trouble. Xiaoxia, rush to the sky. Xiaobai, spray shoot flames to cover Xiaoxia. Wutong commanded. Roar. Xiaoxia, who had returned to Wutong, flapped his wings and flew into the sky after hearing Wutong's command. Xiaobai sprayed a blue column of fire from his mouth to stop the two toucans from chasing Xiaoxia. However, as Xiaoxia and the two toucans gradually rose to high altitudes, Xiaobai's flames were no longer effective. Roar. Seeing that Xiaoxia was about to be caught up, Xiaobai became more and more anxious, recalling that Xiaoxia fought with Articuno without hesitation to save himself. At this time, Xiaobai urgently hoped that he could fly up and help Xiaoxia as well. Seeing Xiaobai's state, Wutong nodded secretly. Xiaoxia, everyone will remember your sacrifice. Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia. Dragon dive. Wutong shouted immediately when he saw that the height was almost the same. Joking aside, Wutong would definitely not sacrifice Xiaohuo like this. Xiaohuo, who had been prepared for a long time, turned around and dived down again as a red energy dragon. Toucan. Destruction Death Ray. Chenji also guessed Wutong's idea and immediately commanded. GAA. X222 can open their slender and sharp beaks. Orange-yellow energy condensed, and two beams of light shot out and headed towards the red energy dragon. The two destruction death rays and the red energy dragon were in a stalemate in the air, and the blood-colored energy aura around Xiaohuo gradually became weak under the consumption of the destruction death rays. After all, the two destruction death rays were better, and Xiaohuo's dragon dive was broken, and Xiaohuo was also hit by the two destruction death rays, and fell from the air. Roar. Seeing Xiaohuo falling, Xiaobai couldn't help but roar and then jumped up. However, no matter how high Xiaobai jumped, he could never beat Xiaohuo and the two toucans flying in the air. Feeling that he was falling, Xiaobai's unwillingness became stronger and stronger, and a dazzling white light appeared and illuminated the whole scene. The white light came and went quickly. As the white light dissipated, a slender white fire-breathing dragon flew into the air and caught the falling Xiaohuo. Two fire-breathing dragons, one black and one white, landed in front of Wutong. It seems that the black and white dragons are finally together. Wutong said happily when he saw the evolved Xiaobai and Xiaohuo, who was secretly happy in Xiaobai's arms. The first update today, chapter 292. The two of them were in a mess. The fallen fire on the ground saw the cold eyes of Wutong and immediately stood up from Xiaobai's arms. As expected, a trainer is a trainer, and he was seen through at a glance. Although Xiaohuo was hit by two rays of destruction, after all, they were the rays of destruction that had been consumed by the energy field of Dragon Dive. There was definitely damage, but at most it knocked Xiaohuo to the ground, and it didn't directly make Xiaohuo lose his combat ability. But I didn't expect Xiaobai to evolve directly to save himself and took it. Facing the sudden hug of his sister, Xiaohuo couldn't help but stay for a while. But since Wutong saw through him, Xiaohuo was too embarrassed to continue to stay in Xiaobai's arms. He immediately adjusted his state and looked at the two toucans showing off their might in the air with full fighting spirit. Seeing Xiaohuo suddenly jump up, Xiaobai was also confused, but he still came to Xiaohuo and stared at the two toucans in the air together. Looking at the two Charizards in front of him, one had strong muscles, black background and white stripes, and the scarlet blood flames on the tail were burning fiercely, looking very powerful. One had a slender body, a white body with a swaying blue flame on the tail, looking like an immortal. At this moment, Wutong felt as if his life dream had come true. Charizard yides. Oh. Evolved. By the way, your two Charizards look very unusual, and our rocket team accepted them. Chenji looked at the two black and white dragons in front of him, and couldn't help showing envy, and then remembered his identity and immediately smiled evilly. Go back to sleep, if you haven't woken up yet. Oh, no, you can't go back to sleep, but you can go to the prison and sleep, while peddling the sewing machine. Wutong replied directly. HMPH, you sharp-tongued brat. Toucans. Attack. Chenji snorted coldly, and commanded the two toucans to attack again. GAA. The two toucans rushed towards Xiaoxia again. Obviously, the two of them had identified Xiaoxia and deeply implemented the purpose of taking advantage of him and killing him. It's not a one-on-two situation now. Xiaoxia, open the fierce fire, Flame Fang. Xiaobai, mobilize the power of the sun, Airblade. Wutong said. Roar. Xiaoxia was instantly wrapped in blood-red flame-like energy, and the flame in his mouth surged and attacked the two toucans. Xiaobai also flew up with Xiaoxia, and wrapped up from the side. Coming to the side of the two toucans, Xiaobai flapped his wings, and several arc-shaped energy blades stained with blue flames appeared on both sides of Xiaobai's body. As Xiaobai's inherited skill, Wutong had tried to let Xiaobai practice the air blade. However, Xiaobai didn't have wings at that time, so it was a bit difficult to control the wind to create air blades, so Wutong put this skill aside for the time being. Now that Xiaobai has evolved into Charizard, he can finally use the air blade openly. Mom, Wutong no longer has to worry about me not being able to condense the wind blade. The air blade stained with blue flames shot from the side of the two toucans, further compressing the activity space of the two toucans. Energy teeth composed of blood-red flames appeared in front of Xiaoxia's head, constantly tearing the bodies of the two toucans. What's going on? Toucans. Use the destruction beam. Seeing that he had the advantage just now, but was suddenly suppressed, Chenji anxiously commanded the two toucans to counterattack. It's not that easy. Xiaobai, fully activate the power of the sun. Spray the flame. Wutong shouted directly. Roar. X2 Xiaoxia and Xiaobai merged together, absorbing the power from the sun, and a faint glow appeared on their bodies. Two fire pillars, one red and one blue, shot out, intertwined in the air and shot at the two toucans. The destructive death light of the two toucans also came over, and the red and blue intertwined fire pillars collided with the orange-yellow energy light pillars. A violent explosion occurred, but the fire pillars sprayed by Xiaoxia and Xiaobai broke through the smoke produced by the explosion and shot at the two toucans. The two toucans were hit by the red and blue fire pillars, and fell to the ground from the sky with a charred black color on their bodies. The two toucans fell to the ground on top of each other, and their eyes turned into circles, obviously losing their ability to fight. Toucans. Damn it. Chenji couldn't believe it when he saw that he had lost. On the other side, the battle between Adu and Athena had not ended yet. For some reason, Adu only sent out only Dragonite, no other Pokémon were used. In addition to Arbok, Athena also had a crow head. In a 2-on-1 situation, they fought back and forth with Adu's Dragonite. Is Adu still letting him go? That shouldn't be the case. Could there be something wrong with his other Pokémon? Wutong directed Xiaoxia and Xiaobai to control Chenji, who wanted to escape. While tying Chenji with hemp rope, he talked to himself while watching the battle on Adu's side. After tying up Chenji, Wutong began to look for the red Gyarados, but after looking around, Wutong found that the red Gyarados had disappeared. Fuck, where's Gyarados? Seeing that there was no red Gyarados among the rocket team's miscellaneous soldiers lying on the ground, Wutong couldn't help but swear. The worst situation still happened. The red Gyarados actually escaped, and Liubo also told him that there would be many challenges today. That is to say, without Liubo's accidental passing, without Xiaoxi's mouth cannon, and without Liubo's obstruction, Wutong dared not imagine how much damage the rampaging red Gyarados would cause. Team Rocket is a bunch of trash. Wutong cursed softly and immediately jumped on Xiaoxi's back. Sorry, Xiaoxia, we still have to work. Keep flying to Kaju Town, Adu. The red Gyarados is gone. I'll go find it. Don't let it go. Hurry up and get rid of that red-haired aunt. Wutong yelled at Adu, and then hurriedly drove Xiaoho away without waiting for Adu's response. "You bastard. I'm still young. Don't call me auntie," Athena shouted angrily in the direction where Wutong left. Looking at the figures of the two fire-breathing dragons, one black and one white, flying away, Adu couldn't help but smile bitterly. How could he be waterproof? The reason why he only used one Dragonite to fight was because his other Pokémon were too tired to fight. Team Rocket was unusually active during this period. Adu ran back and forth to countless places, even though his Pokémon were very powerful. But overwork caused illness. Even the champion team needed to rest. Now the only one who could fight was Dragonite, who was a quasi-god and had a better physical fitness. But Adu also knew why Wutong was so anxious. After all, if the angry and crazy Gyarados was allowed to enter the city, I don't know how many people would be hurt. "I'm Adu, the dragon messenger. Dragonite. Use tornado." Adu roared, "Then push yourself again." Roar. In response to Adu's thoughts, Dragonite also roared, and a strong tornado appeared, sweeping towards Arbok and Crowhead. On the other side, Wutong, who was anxiously looking for the red Gyarados, was flying at full speed with Xiaoho. He was so anxious not because Wutong was very caring, but because the gym leader of Kaju Town was Liubo. Liubo was a good friend of his grandparents, and was very kind to him. He was an elder he respected. If there was a problem in Kaju Town, Liubo, as the gym leader, would definitely bear part of the responsibility. Wutong didn't want his respected elders to get into trouble, so rather than saying that Wutong was worried about the residents of Kaju Town, it would be better to say that he was more filial. Nidoking. Thunder Fist. Just as Wutong was anxiously searching, a voice attracted his attention, and Wutong rushed over immediately. Then Wutong saw the mad red Gyarados, and opposite the red Gyarados, 6 familiar figures were commanding their own Pokémon to fight against the red Gyarados. It's the 6 ninjas. Fortunately, Wutong was relieved immediately. With the 6 ninjas blocking the way, the red Gyarados should not have had time to do any damage. "Thank you for your hard work, leave it to me next." Wutong came to the 6 ninjas and said, "Is it finally here? Although I want to use this to repay the promise we owed last time, it intends to destroy our town after all, so forget it this time." Zhang said to Wutong, "You seem to know that I'm back. You guys, are you following me?" Wutong frowned and looked at the 6 ninjas and said, "How is it possible? It's not because of that promise, but we are looking for it everywhere." Kai and Zeduo shouted immediately, "Yes, we just happened to see you fighting, and the crazy Gyarados." Yilong said calmly, "It felt that this Gyarados was a little dangerous, so when it escaped, we followed it." Huoman continued, "Sure enough, this guy started to wreak havoc as soon as he arrived near the town." Ye said thankfully, "But we have done what we should do, and then we will hand it over. Here you go. As ninjas, it is better for us to hide in the dark." Zanzi said at last, "Okay, I know. Thank you anyway. As for the promise, let's send it. I have found it." Xiaoho, Xiaobei, let it be quiet. Wutong did not expect the 6 ninjas to be so honest. Seeing that Wutong took over the battle, the 6 ninjas put away their Pokémon and quietly left. Roar. The red Gyarados roared angrily and attacked Xiaoho and Xiaobei directly. Because the red Gyarados was too crazy, Xiaoho and Xiaobei could not take it down for a while. After a stalemate for a while, Wutong was about to send out Xiaogi and Xiao, and Xiaozhi and his group and Adu finally arrived. "Mr. Adu, hurry up and help Gyarados." Seeing the besieged Gyarados, Xiaozhi immediately said to Adu, "That's right, Gyarados is too pitiful, don't let it get hurt again." Misty, who hates Gyarados very much, also said this. "That's right, it's not Gyarados that's wrong, it's the humans who forced it to evolve." Xiaogang said immediately. Wutong, who was trying to stop the red Gyarados, almost couldn't breathe. "Please, I'm the one who's hurt now, and I'm trying hard. Please take care of me." Wutong felt like he was about to have a cerebral hemorrhage. "If you want to save Gyarados, this is the only way. I'll help Gyarados calm down all its anger, reluctance, and sadness. Go, Dragonite." Looking at the Gyarados in front of him, Adu's heart seemed to be touched. Seeing Dragonite rushing up, Wutong tactfully called back Xiaoho and Xiaobei. Originally, he had no intention of subduing this Gyarados, but just wanted to stop it from destroying Kaju Town. Coupled with the incident just now, Wutong was more determined not to subdue this Gyarados. Given the importance that Team Rocket attaches to this Gyarados, if they knew that Gyarados was in his hands, there would probably be endless pursuit waiting for him. It's better to leave it to Adu. Only Adu, the #1 enemy of Team Rocket, would not be afraid of Team Rocket's pursuit. And with Adu's dedication to his job, it's not certain who will chase whom. After Adu made his move, he quickly subdued Gyarados, and subdued the Gyarados. Adu, the Gyarados, promised Xiaozhi and his group that he would train Gyarados well. At this time, Wutong also walked over and stared at Adu with a resentful look. Of course, it was fake. Even if he didn't intend to subdue this Gyarados, Adu now took over forcefully, so Wutong must get some compensation. Seeing Wutong's resentful eyes, Adu suddenly remembered that he seemed to have robbed Wutong of the opportunity to subdue Gyarados. The straightforward Adu was a little embarrassed for a moment. In addition, Wutong helped him a lot this time, and he did something that was not what the Dragon Messenger should do, no matter how he looked at it. Well, Xianatong, when you go to Yanmo Town, come to the Dragon Cave. I will pick a good shiny Pokémon for you. Adu whispered to Wutong. Hehe, King Adu, you are too polite. Wutong immediately showed what a master of face changing is, and said with a smile. On XX/XX/XX, the Flying King crossed out the Dragon King. Adu promised to give me a shiny Pokémon, so I'll record it here. Wutong took out a small notebook and wrote as he spoke. Adu, who was standing by, couldn't help but twitch his eyes when he saw Wutong's operation. Damn it, he really wanted to hang this guy up and beat him. Chapter 293. After the battle, the two sides finally found each other. After successfully tricking Adu into giving him a shiny Pokémon spot, Wutong left with Xiaozhi and his group contentedly. After all, he was now acting in his original identity, and it was not easy for him to continue to help Wutong with the next finishing work. However, Miss Junsha and the others had already arrived and controlled the rocket team at the scene. Unfortunately, although Tatsumi was caught, Athena and Dr. Silanu all ran away. Athena had been fighting with Adu until Miss Junsha and the others appeared, and then she left unwillingly, and Dr. Silanu had already run away in a helicopter when Adu appeared. It can only be said that the biggest gain of this operation was the red Gyarados. Xiaoxia, you guys came to Kaju Town to challenge Kaji Gym, right? I'll take you there. Wutong said to Xiaoxia after entering Kaju Town. Really? That's great. I want to challenge Kaji Gym now. Xiaoxia said happily after hearing Wutong's words. Wait a minute. Xianatong, are you really okay? Although Xiaoxia was very happy, there would always be people who questioned it. Xiaoxia stopped the two of them. Although Kaju Town is not very big, if it was Xianatong, it is not impossible to get lost. Xianagang analyzed while stroking his chin. Hey, what you two said is really rude. I have lived in Kaji Gym for more than half a month. How could I get lost? Wutong said angrily. Is that so? If I have lived there for more than half a month, maybe. Perhaps because of Wutong's momentum, Xiaoxia and Xianagang couldn't help but lower their voices by 8 degrees. Rotom, let's go. Let's go back to Kaji Gym. Wutong said, patting his pocket. Navigating for you. Target Kaji Gym. Rotomobile. Rotom flew out and said skillfully. Well, of course it's impossible to get lost this way. X2 seeing Wutong confidently following Mobile Rotom, Xiaoxia and Xianagang couldn't help but complain. Okay, let's go to Kaji Gym. Xiaoxia was obviously not interested in these, and just wanted to challenge Kaji Gym as soon as possible. Several people came to Kaji Gym with a lot of noise all the way, and Wutong opened the door very skillfully, and led them in. Arriving at the battle site of Kaji Gym, the battle between Liubo and the last challenger of the day was just coming to an end. Standing in the referee position was a lively auntie. Yes, an auntie, an official referee certified by the Chengdu League. The auntie who can run a lap of the super rookie Xiaoxi and has a strong body. Sima. Lava Snail has lost its ability to fight. The winner is Liubo of Kaji Gym. Sima announced, waving the flag in his hand. The failed challenger took back the lava snail with a look of regret on his face. Although it is important to choose the right attribute to fight, you have ignored the ability of your Pokémon. You can't win the badge just by relying on attribute restraint. Your lava snail needs to continue to train. I can see that you have a good relationship with the lava snail. If you work hard to train it, you will definitely succeed next time. Liubo took back his Pokémon and walked to the challenger and said, I understand. Thank you for your guidance. After hearing Liubo's words, the challenger was stunned and said to Liubo, the Liubo in front of him was not the Liubo in winter, rumored by the outside world. He was obviously a serious and responsible grandfather. After sending off the last challenger, Liubo also saw Wutong and Xiaozhi who came back. Xianatong, are you back so early? Why did you make yourself so tattered? What did you do? Liubo came to Wutong and asked with concern. Although the battle was carried out by Pokémon, Wutong did look a little embarrassed after running back and forth all the way, coupled with the impact of various explosions. At this time, Wutong began to be curious. Where did Xiaoxi and his friends buy their clothes? Why are they fine? Is this the protagonist's halo? There was a little problem, but fortunately it was solved. Wutong smiled and told Liubo what happened in the morning. Although the rocket space was near Kaju town, Liubo had been receiving challenges in the gym after all, and the sound of various skills colliding made it difficult for him to pay attention to the outside world. So Liubo was still unaware of the incident in Kaju town. What? Those guys from the rockets actually reached into Kaju town. It seems that Sakaki, that guy's ambition, is getting bigger and bigger. After hearing what Wutong said, Liubo's expression also turned cold. So what if he is the board of the earth? He is Liubo in winter, and he has the advantage in attributes. If he is not old, Liubo might have planned to take the initiative to find Sakaki to have a good chat. Fortunately, Gyarados has been subdued and taken away by Adu, and most of the members of Team Rocket have also been captured. It's a pity that Silanu and Athena ran away, Wutong said with a little regret. Those are all naked achievements. Although Adu is the main force this time, he has also made a lot of contributions. If he can catch the two of them, he may be promoted again immediately. You kid, the most important thing now is to improve your strength. You can't even beat one of Adu's Dragonite, and you still want to catch the Carters of Team Rocket? Question mark? Seeing Wutong's regretful look, Liubo couldn't guess what Wutong was thinking, so he said, I understand, Grandpa Gu Liu. I will continue to work hard. Although Wutong wanted to tell Liubo that he had captured a member of the Rocket team and a senior member, he couldn't say too much, since Xiaoxi and the others were there. Are these three people your friends? Liubo also noticed Xiaoxi and his group and asked. Yes, they are all my friends, Wutong said and looked at Xiaoxi and the others. My name is Xiaoxi. I'm traveling in Chengdu to participate in the Silver Conference. Please join me in the gym battle, Xiaoxi said excitedly when he saw that it was finally his turn. Pikachu shouted excitedly while lying on Xiaoxi's shoulder. My name is Xiaoxia, and I want to become a water Pokémon master. Xiaoxia continued. My name is Xiaogang, and I'm practicing as a Pokémon breeder. Xiaogang was much more modest. You look very confident, and you're Pikachu, and you seem to have a good relationship, Liubo said indifferently when he saw Xiaoxi's excited look. Yes, Pikachu is my best partner and friend, Xiaoxi said without hesitation when he heard Liubo mention Pikachu. Pikachu also called out in response. Best partner and friend? Very good idea. It seems that you will become an excellent Pokémon trainer. Liubo, who had reunited with the long-haired pig, was very satisfied with Xiaoxi's answer. Liubo and Xiaoxi, who had spent the winter, were very compatible. Xiaoxi is also very strong. In the just concluded Quartz conference, Xiaoxi got a good result of the top 8. Wutong started the flattery mode, intending to let Liubo not let Xiaoxi feel the dangers of the world. Yes, I'm very strong. As long as Pikachu and I are together, we are invincible. Xiaoxi couldn't help but say a little flattered after hearing Wutong's praise. Today's Pikachu also cooperated surprisingly and shouted. It's over. Xiaoxi is getting too proud again. Xiaoxia said helplessly. Yeah, he seems to have forgotten that the person who eliminated him is right next to him now. Xiaogang was also very helpless. Is that so? It seems that I have to take it seriously. In this case, you will be the referee. Zima has been busy all day, and it's time for her to go back and rest. Liubo said to Wutong. Ha 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 ha, Xiaotong will be the referee. Then I have to take a good rest. The battle between Xiaotong's friends and Liubo must be very exciting. How can I miss it? Zima said happily. Leave it to me. I'm recognized as an excellent referee by everyone. Wutong took the small flag in Zima's hand and said confidently. First update today, chapter 294. The battle between Liubo and Xiaozhi was indeed very exciting. In this battle, Xiaozhi showed his fighting talent and used the disadvantage of the fireball mouse as bait to successfully kill Liubo's white sea lion. Although the fireball mouse, which took the lead, was quickly solved by the long-haired pig that came out next, the performance of the fireball mouse was good enough, and Xiaozhi and the fireball mouse's mutual trust also won Liubo's recognition. In the battle between Pikachu and Liubo's long-haired pig, Xiaozhi took advantage of the field covered with ice and turned the disadvantage into an advantage to fight the long-haired pig. However, this time, with the influence of Wutong's words, and the long-haired pig was rescued a long time in advance, Xiaozhi's Pikachu still lost the battle. However, as a spectator, Zima still applauded for this wonderful battle. Liubo was also very satisfied with Wutong's friend. Although there was still a lot of room for growth in strength, the obvious potential and love for Pokémon were enough to make Xiaoxi an excellent Pokémon trainer in the future. P.S. Did you think I would write about the battle between Liubo and Xiaoxi in this chapter? Humph, too naive. I'm not the kind of person who can easily guess it. Ice Cube. Also, the battle between Liubo and Xiaoxi is really exciting. There is no need for Ice Cube to rewrite it. You can just go and revisit this episode of animation. Although Liubo's surrender made many people think that Liubo deliberately let Xiaoxi win, Wutong felt that Liubo was more like recognizing Xiaoxi. After all, Xiaoxi's performance was indeed good enough, and his bond with Infinite and Pikachu was also shown, so it was not strange that Liubo recognized Xiaoxi's active surrender. As a gym leader, you are here to test the challenger, right? As long as you can get your own approval, you can give the badge. It was a good battle, but it was a pity in the end. Wutong came to Xiaoxi and comforted him. I won't give up. Pikachu and I will definitely become stronger. I will definitely succeed in the challenge next time. Obviously, Xiaoxi has matured a lot after a long journey. No more quarrels because of a failure. Yes, young people should have this kind of drive. This vigor seems to make me an old man, younger. I'm in good shape today. Xiaotong, your gym challenge should also be carried out today. Let me see how much you have improved during this period. Liubo said to Wutong. Since reuniting with the long-haired pig, Liubo's personality has become much more cheerful. The untying of a knot in the heart can really change a person. I understand, Grandpa Gu Liu. I will do my best. Wutong said seriously after hearing Liubo's words. Xiaotong's gym battle? Xiaoxi looked at Wutong and Liubo with shining eyes. It's really worth looking forward to. Xiaogang nodded and said. You can see what Pokémon Xiaotong has captured again. Xiaoxia also said expectantly. After all, Wutong's Pokémon is like opening a blind box, and that kind of special edition blind box is always different from ordinary Pokémon. In that case, the job of referee is left to me. Zima immediately stood up and took over the task of refereeing again. Please, Zima. Liubo nodded to Zima and said. Liubo and Wutong stood on each side of the field, and Wutong began to guess what Pokémon Liubo would use for the battle. Seeing that Liubo meant to test him, Liubo should not let him down too much. In his hands, Xiaoho and Xiaobe had just experienced a battle, and their status had not yet recovered, so they were eliminated first. As for Xiao, his attribute disadvantage was too great, and his fighting style was not suitable for fighting in the ice field of Kaji Gym, so he also needed to be eliminated. Then the only ones that can be used are Onion Soldier, Ditto and Little Turtle? It seems that there are no more choices. Go, Onion Soldier. Wutong threw a Pokeball and said. Gap. The Dark Swordsman, Onion Soldier appeared. With sharp eyes, he looked at Liubo opposite him. He had already grasped 2 green blades in his hands. He knew that this time it would be a fierce battle. Xiaoho, Xiaobe, Xiao, you guys come to chillad. Wutong said as he threw 3 more Pokeballs to the edge of the field. Roar X2 2 completely different roars appeared. Xiaoho and Xiaobe, the black and white dragons, stood behind Wutong on the left and right. Dana. Xiao, who was also released, looked around, then stretched out the vine whip and rubbed his eyes vigorously, as if he was doubting that he had not woken up. Why is there an extra white little fire? No. It seems to be little white sister. The whole frog is emo. What's going on? It was obviously the first one to come. How come they all evolved so skillfully? Question mark? Ignoring the little frog that entered the emo mode beside him, Wutong looked at Liubo opposite seriously, waiting for Liubo's action. Psychological warfare? It seems that Xianatang is very serious, so I have to have a proper response. Go, Sister Michin. Seeing Wutong's approach, Liubo smiled and sent out his first Pokémon. Sure enough, how could an experienced trainer of Liubo's age bear such pressure? He wanted to use the fighting type Onion Soldier to put pressure on Liubo, but Liubo chose the psychic plus ice type Sister Michin in return. Now it is really uncertain who is at a disadvantage in terms of attributes. Wutong from Changpan City vs. Liubo from Kaji Gym. The gym challenge starts now. Sinnoh waved the flag in his hand and shouted when he saw that both sides were ready. Kangayao, head-on attack. Wutong immediately commanded the Kangayao to attack the moment the game started. Head-on attack is a powerful insect skill, but it can only be successful if it is used as soon as it appears. Of course, this is the introduction in the game. In the real battle, Wutong found that it can hit, even if it is mixed with other combos. But relatively speaking, the power will be much weaker. If you want to exert the greatest power, you must use this skill at the beginning. Of course, if you haven't used the skill for a long time, you can use the head-on attack again to achieve the same effect. There is a feeling of charging attack. Now, facing Liubo, Wutong did not choose the conventional buff. The sword dance started because the difference in strength between the two sides made Wutong not want to give the initiative of attack to Liubo. Wutong must let Onion Soldier show his momentum from the beginning. There is a gap in hard power. If he loses in momentum, then there is really no hope. Gap. Of course, Onion Soldier will not live up to the trust of his trainer. He holds 2 onion blades tightly in his hands and rushes towards Sister Michu. What if the battlefield is all slippery with ice? It's a duck. How can such a small thing affect it? The light yellow-green light of insect power is not very obvious. Onion Soldier rushed to Sister Michu at a very fast speed and slashed down with 2 onion blades. Sister Michu, reflective wall. Liubo's calm voice sounded. Sister Michu raised her hands, and a translucent glass plate-like object appeared in front of Sister Michu, and Onion Soldier's onion blade was blocked. TSK, Onion Soldier, substitute. Wutong immediately commanded. Gap. Onion Soldier's body split, and a very dull-looking Onion Soldier appeared. The substitute Onion Soldier penetrated directly through the reflection wall and blocked Sister Michu's sight. The reflection wall is a skill that blocks physical attacks, while the substitute uses its own energy to create an avatar. It can be said that the substitute is a kind of energy aggregate, so it can easily pass through the obstruction of the reflection wall. This is the knowledge that Wutong, as a reborn person, learned from comics. Onion Soldier, sneak attack the vital points. Wutong continued to command the Onion Soldier to attack without hesitation. He must not let Liubo react. If he wants to win, he must grab the rhythm in his own hands. The black mist wrapped around the 2 onion blades, and the Onion Soldier's body deviated to bypass the reflection wall and attacked Sister Michu from the side. Sister Michu, whose sight was blocked by the substitute, did not see the Onion Soldier's attack and was inevitably stabbed by the onion blade wrapped in black mist. Good tactics, Sister Michu. Telekinesis. Liubo commanded. As a psychic Pokémon, how can he not know such a super useful skill as telekinesis? Being stabbed by the green onion soldier made Sister Michin feel pain, but it also allowed Sister Michin to find the green onion soldier's position. Sister Michin's eyes glowed blue, and she looked at the green onion soldier. The green onion soldier immediately felt an invisible energy begin to squeeze it. Green onion soldier, see through. Wutong did not hesitate to command the green onion soldier to use this ultimate life-saving skill. Gaga. The green onion soldier's eyes flashed, and he could vaguely see the invisible energy squeezing it. He swung the black mist-wrapped blades in his hand and broke free from the telekinetic attack. Without retreating, the green onion soldier, who had regained his freedom, continued to move forward. Iron wall, 2 swords flow, 2 slashes. Wutong also continued to command the green onion soldier to attack. Gaga. The green onion soldier's whole body was covered with metallic color, and then the metallic color was suppressed the 2 green onion blades. Armament Haki, Pokémon. The 2 green onion blades were held tightly in his hands, one facing forward and the other backward, and a white light was raised and chopped towards Sister Millip. The seemingly complicated action was completed in an instant. It was originally a skill based on double wings, and then the armament Haki disguised as an iron wall was added. This 2-sword style, double slash, was very powerful and directly knocked Sister Millip out. However, the imagined loss of combat ability did not occur. At the last second, Sister Millip used the reflection wall again. Although the reflection wall was also chopped directly, it helped Sister Millip to bear most of the damage. Although the remaining power knocked Sister Millip away, it did not make her lose her combat ability. So powerful. Xiaotang's green onion soldier and Liubo's Millip are both so powerful. Xiaozhi, who was also a spectator, couldn't help but say, Xiaotang's attack is so fierce, there is no intention to stop at all. Xiaoxia said a little worriedly. Obviously, Xiaotang didn't want to give the rhythm to Liubo. If it were other trainers, they would have been panicked when facing Xiaotang's fierce attack, but Liubo took it all and resolved it. It's really terrible. Xiaogang analyzed. Although his eyes are small, his eyesight is very good. Not enough. Kang Yubbing. Let's continue. Wutong said very seriously. Kang Yubbing also responded to his trainer's call. Liubo, who was on the other side of the battlefield, couldn't help but smile when he saw Wutong and Kang Yubbing. These 2 guys have the style of his past. Chapter 295. The battle was fierce. In Kaju Town, in the battlefield of Kajijim, Onion Ranger wielded 2 onion blades and violently attacked Sister Michin. Faced with such a violent attack, Sister Michin could only release one reflection wall after another to block the attack of Onion Ranger. Onion Ranger, open 3 swords. Wutong commanded. Onion Ranger bit an onion blade, and the free wings scooped up from the ground and grabbed the neck of the substitute Yaya. The substitute Yaya twisted for a while, and the duck knife appeared again. Is it coming? But don't forget, Kajijim is an ice gym. Sister Michin, Blizzard. Liubo said, when he saw Onion Ranger start the 3-sword mode. From the beginning of the battle till now, Sister Michin has only used 2 skills, telekinesis and reflection wall. They are all psychic skills, and Liubo's specialty in ice has not yet been demonstrated. Sister Michin finally stopped defending blindly after hearing Liubo's command. She raised her hands to both sides, and her long golden hair moved without wind, dancing wildly in the air. Blizzard appeared out of thin air and swept towards the green soldier with a whistling wind. Green soldier, dance wildly. 3 swords flow. Purgatory demon slash. Wutong commanded. Green soldier's eyes were sharp, and he knew that this was the only chance. Facing the raging blizzard, green soldier rushed to Sister Michin, and the 2 green blades and duck knife were already stained with metallic color. Black energy wrapped around it, and green soldier's whole body moved, slashing at Sister Michin continuously. The strong blizzard blocked the sight of Wutong and Xiaozhi, and no one knew what the battle situation was. After a few seconds, the blizzard stopped, revealing the figures of Onion Soldier and Sister Michin. At this time, Onion Soldier still maintained the attacking posture, but his body was already covered with scars, with injuries caused by the blizzard and the counter-injury caused by the forced fusion of 3 skills. Sister Michin stood opposite to Onion Soldier, and her body also had many scars. The next second, Onion Soldier fell straight to the ground, but still held the onion blade tightly. Just when Simmer was about to announce the result, Sister Michin looked at Liubo calmly, then closed her eyes and fell down. Simmer had just raised half of the flag and put it down awkwardly. Since it was a tie, she didn't need to announce the result. She just waited for them to release the next Pokémon. Good job, Onion Soldier. Wutong took back Onion Soldier and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Sister Michin. Laplace, please." Liubo also took back Sister Michin and exchanged Pokémon. The released Lapras groaned softly and then looked at Liubo with a little fear. Liubo in that winter had a blank expression every day and he was always stern. His trainer actually said please. It's really hard to adapt. Seeing Lapras's expression, Liubo was a little helpless. There was no way. He was too strict before. Pokémon also have their own personalities. Some Pokémon were very happy to see Liubo's transformation, such as Sister Lipstick. And several Pokémon, such as Lapras, thought that their trainer must have been hit on the head by garbage, thrown by people without public morality, while training under the waterfall. So in the past few nights, these guys actually tried to take Liubo to the hospital for examination by force, although Liubo found out and apologized seriously. But they obviously didn't believe it completely. Some even thought that Liubo's time was running out, and he had a great enlightenment. Liubo was helpless, but there was no good way. He could only use time to prove his transformation. The above situation was translated and reported by special reporter Wutong. Lapras, Ditto, please. Seeing Liubo sent out Lapras, Wutong chose Ditto. Now the blue slime-like Ditto appeared on the field, and its question's bouncing appearance seemed to have no lethality at all. However, Liubo, who had trained Wutong for more than half a month, would not think that this Ditto was not threatening. In fact, in Liubo's mind, the threat of this Ditto would rank first. Of course, Liubo had not seen Wutong's first tier Pokémon. After all, a Ditto that can use transformation freely is too unreasonable. You don't even know what Pokémon you will face in the next second, and you don't know what skills it will have. In the past, those who made predictions based on experience belonged to veteran trainers. S ability is completely useless. And Liubo has a feeling that Wutong has definitely hidden a big surprise for him, so after seeing Wutong send Ditto, Liubo became more serious. Seeing the change in Liubo's expression, Wutong knew that this psychological warfare was successful. Of course, it was not really a psychological warfare. After all, Wutong really prepared a big surprise for Liubo. You know, Ditto has now swallowed up Mewtwo, Lugia, Ho-Oh, Articuno and the materials of the Ho-Oh Guard. Although it is not like in the novel, that it swallowed the treasures of heaven and earth and the spirit beast elixir and directly increased its strength, even Wutong himself could not estimate the extent to which Ditto's potential has grown. It's time to release the big move that has been hidden for so long. Of course, it is definitely impossible to use Mewtwo, Lugia and Ho-Oh forms. One is because it cannot be used, or using it means losing combat ability, and the other is that this surprise is too big. Wutong is afraid that Liubo's heart can't bear it. Although I plan to show it to Professor Oak secretly. After all, if I'll let Professor Oak help me study it, and then I can get some special materials of the legendary beasts, after I arouse his interest. Wutong doesn't believe that such a large Pokémon League really has no treasures. So Wutong thinks that it is enough to transform into an Articuno or a Phoenix Guard. Although this second level god form can't last too long, at least it is only a level of consuming a huge big move, so it won't be used up and at least one will die. Xiaotong actually chose Ditto. Xiaozhi obviously didn't know the horror of Wutong's Ditto and found it a bit incredible. Don't underestimate Wutong's Ditto. Wutong is not the kind of person who will play around in such occasions. Xiaogang said, "That's right, and have you forgotten Lugia's Ditto?" Xiaoxia also said, "Yes, Ditto is also very strong." Xiaozhi remembered the hard battle in the Orange League and nodded. "Ditto, are you ready?" Wutong seemed to be talking to Ditto or to himself. Mao Ditto also knew what his trainer wanted to do, and shouted firmly in response. "Then, let's get started." After Wutong said that, blue light appeared in his eyes. Mao. At the same time, Ditto's two small eyes also showed blue light. Swampert mode, arm hammer. Ditto's body contracted and shot towards Lapras like a spring. During the flight in the air, Ditto's body changed. A muscular pink macho Swampert appeared, and a fist bigger than a casserole emitted white light and punched Lapras. Lapras, freeze beam. Liubo gave the command the moment he saw Ditto's action. During the half month of training Wutong, Liubo often fought with Wutong, and for this most troublesome Ditto, Liubo summed up a set of fighting methods. That is, don't think about what kind of Pokémon it will become. That kind of thing is meaningless, and will only greatly consume your mind. As long as you see Ditto taking action, just attack at your own pace. Lapras hummed softly, and the ice blue energy in his mouth gathered, and a beam of cold light shot out, directly hitting Ditto in Swampert mode. P.S. Ice Cube originally wanted to use the voice and the animation for Laplas's cry, but that voice could not be replaced by transliteration at all. It was completely a crying monster, but it was not quite the same as crying, so Ice Cube could only use the old method. Ditto swung his fist and hit the freezing beam that was shot. Feeling that his arm was about to freeze, Ditto's body immediately squirmed and turned back to its original appearance, and then continued to rush towards Lapras from the gap below. Platinum mode, Thunder Fist. When approaching Lapras, Ditto transformed again, and a pink platypus appeared, and its fists flashed with lightning and hit Lapras. Lapras, Water Wave. Liubo commanded calmly. Lapras slapped the ground with its limbs, and a water ring appeared out of thin air beside it, and spread out in all directions. Crowhead mode, Dodge, and then use Tailwind. Ditto jumped up, and then without falling, it turned directly into a dark pink gentleman. Crowhead flew into the air. The airflow wrapped around Ditto in Crowhead mode, and Ditto's speed increase offset the speed reduction due to the use of the arm hammer. That Ditto is so powerful, it doesn't need Wutong's command at all. Xiaozhi was surprised to see alone with Liubo and Lapras. The fighting Ditto said, "Pika." Pikachu also looked at the battlefield with the same expression as Xiaozhi. No, Wutong should be in charge, but he is using a command method that we have not discovered. Xiaogang said sharply. But does that Ditto not need a target to use transformation? Xiaoxia found the blind spot and said puzzledly, "You hide very quickly, Lapras, use concentrated blizzard." Liubo praised and commanded Lapras to continue attacking. Lapras opened his mouth, and a bunch of blizzards shot at Ditto in Crowhead mode. Hercules mode, Rock Blast. The body of Ditto in the air changed again, turning into a pink rhinoceros beetle, and many stones appeared around Ditto, the King's Treasure Rock version. Countless stones blocked the blizzard like a rain of stones, and the blizzard and the rain of stones collided with each other. A large amount of frozen rock debris exploded, blocking the sight of both sides. This kid really likes to play this trick. Lapras, hold on. Liubo guessed something and commanded. Lapras called out, and the light green energy shield covered Lapras, and the next second the energy shield shattered. A green giant bee appeared behind Lapras with two needles flashing cold light. Lapras's energy shield was obviously broken by this giant bee. "It's really difficult to sneak attack Grandpa Guliu," Wutong said helplessly. The green giant bee squirmed and turned back into Ditto. "After all, people are always more cautious when they get old. Maybe you will succeed if you try a few more times," Liubo said jokingly. "Really, Ditto, let's continue." Wutong's eyes appeared blue again. "MOW." Ditto responded and rushed towards Lapras again. Chapter 296. The old man was so angry that he was about to die. Ditto's body changed again while rushing towards Lapras, and a pink ancient overlord appeared. It rushed to Lapras at an astonishing speed. Flame Fang. The flames burst out in Ditto's mouth, and the mouth with ferocious teeth bit Laplas's neck. "Lapras, Ice Gravel." Liubo commanded immediately. Lapras injured the pain and many diamond-shaped ice cubes appeared around him and shot at Ditto. Small Fire mode, Spray Flames. At the moment the ice cubes were shot, Ditto completed the transformation again, and a grey-black fire-breathing dragon appeared, with its mouth still biting Laplas's neck. Flames spurted out of Ditto's mouth, and the flames directly covered Laplas's head and neck. As the flames dissipated, there were slight burn marks on Laplas's head and neck, but it was obvious that Lapras was still very energetic, and even seemed a little angry, because Ditto made him so embarrassed. Laplace, Mount Tay is pressing down on me. At such a close distance, coupled with the current posture, those skills that need to be launched seem a little inconvenient. So Liubo simply chose to speak with his body. Laplace. Laplace roared and threw Ditto away, then raised his upper body and pressed directly towards Ditto. Turtle mode. Retract into the shell, iron wall. The body of Ditto, which was thrown to the ground, changed and turned into a purple-skinned and green-shelled water turtle. Its body was completely retracted into the shell, and the metallic color covered its whole body, and it took the Mount Tay's pressure head hard. Laplace felt that the body under him was not as soft as he imagined, but hard and very uncomfortable, and suddenly became more unhappy. Laplace, Song of Destruction. Liubo said, when he saw the turtle shell under Laplace. Wutong was shocked. What's wrong with this old man? Why did he use the Song of Destruction? Is he bullying me? Dream Demon mode. Song of Destruction. Come on, let's see who is the king of songs. Ditto transformed into a dark yellow dream demon, got out from under Laplace, and then sang a love song duet with Laplace. Laplace and Ditto in dream demon mode stood opposite each other, and the red and black sound waves shot at each other in circles, and then cancelled each other out. No, it shouldn't be considered a mutual cancellation, because Laplace's Song of Destruction was suppressing the space of Ditto's Song of Destruction bit by bit, gradually approaching Ditto. Wutong knew that if he continued, Ditto would definitely lose, so it seemed that he could only enlarge it. Flame Emperor mode. Big word explosion. Ditto immediately stopped the love song duet and retreated. On the way back, its body changed and turned into a dark-haired entry. Roar. The pressure from the entry made Lapras stunned for half a second, and the Song of Destruction also paused. Seizing this half-second gap, a fireball shot out, transformed into a large letter in the air, and exploded on Lapras' body. That's entry? Xiaozhi shouted loudly. This Ditto turned into entry? Xiaogang was also shocked. How could it be? Could something happen again? Xiaoxia seemed to be still frightened by the Emperor incident in the Crystal Tower, and looked around vigilantly. Liubo, a local in the Johto area, was obviously more surprised by the entry. He guessed that Wutong might give him a surprise, but he didn't expect it to be such a big surprise. How can he use the transformation freely? Now even the mythical beast can be transformed? Question mark? Lapras screamed after being attacked by the big character explosion. Although there was damage, it was much smaller than expected at the time. Lapras, water cannon. Liubo was still a veteran trainer after all. He immediately regained his composure and commanded Lapras to counterattack. Lapras shot out a thick water column. Dodge, Thunder God mode, Thunder. The continuous transformation and attack, coupled with Lapras's attack, Ditto's physical strength is running out, and Wutong's own mental strength is almost consumed. If the Thunder God mode can no longer achieve the effect, Wutong can only admit defeat. Ditto in the entry mode jumped to the side, and his body changed again, and the Thunder God with orange skin and golden mane appeared. Thunder clouds appeared under the ceiling of Kajijim, and a thunderbolt fell from the sky and hit Lapras. Lapras stopped the water cannon because of the pain. Attack. As the lightning hit, Ditto turned back to its original blue slime and collapsed to the ground. However, after the lightning dissipated, although Laplace looked very embarrassed, it still did not lose its fighting ability. Instead, it stared at Ditto, and its serious look clearly showed that it regarded Ditto as a respectable opponent. Seeing that Laplace had not lost its fighting ability, Ditto squirmed and wanted to continue fighting. Wutong sighed helplessly. Sure enough, the gap in strength was not so easy to make up. Just when Wutong was about to surrender, Liubo's voice sounded first. I lost this battle. Liubo said, throwing a towel to the field, and landing between Laplace and Ditto. Grandpa Gu Liu, this? Wutong was a little puzzled. Your last two attacks caused Laplace to suffer a lot of damage. I think it's too hard for Laplace to continue fighting in this state. Liubo came to Laplace and patted its body and said, Laplace's technique KO, Ditto wins. So the winner is Wutong from Viridian City. Simmer, the referee, waved the flag in his hand and announced, this, why is this plot so familiar? Wutong didn't know what to say for a moment. This is obviously a plot that should have happened to Xiaozhi. Why did he experience it? However, this feeling also has an inexplicable sense of refreshing. Is this the joy of freeloading? It was a great battle. I have seen all your growth. I'm very satisfied with your performance this time. So this is the frozen badge you deserve. Liubo came to Wutong and took out a regular hexagonal snowflake badge and said, "Thank you for your guidance and recognition, Grandpa Gu Liu." Wutong took the frozen badge and said to Liubo, "Ha ha ha ha, but you still have to work hard. Your Onion Ranger and Ditto still have a long way to go. I'm looking forward to how much they will grow in the future." Liubo patted Wutong on the shoulder and encouraged him. "I will continue to work hard, Grandpa Gu Liu. But Grandpa Gu Liu, I want to know how much water you put in." Wutong first expressed his determination seriously and then asked Liubo in a low voice, "Stinky boy, some things you don't know are more beneficial to you." Faced with Wutong's question, Liubo was stunned at first and then said with a mysterious smile, "Second update chapter 297. After getting the frozen badge, Wutong led Xiaozhi and his group to leave the Kaji gym and headed for the Pokémon Center in Kaji Town. Although Wutong was favored by the god of lost, he never got lost when looking for the Pokémon Center. Perhaps this is respect for life. Ice Cube, it's because the Pokémon Center in each city is very conspicuous. Wutong, Shinja's same gloomy face plus glaring point JPG Ice Cube equals. After arriving at the Pokémon Center, Wutong and Xiaozhi handed their Pokémon to Miss Joyful treatment. Xiaozhi was relatively okay, only Charmeleon and Pikachu who had fought in the gym were slightly injured. Wutong's side was in a more miserable state. Most of the Pokémon of the entire second team were seriously injured. Xiaohu and Xiaobe were injured because of the battle with Team Rocket and Red Gyarados. Onion Soldier and Ditto were killed by Liubo. After watching the battle between Wutong and Liubo, Xiaozhi became very excited and kept clamoring for special training. He must defeat Liubo tomorrow to get the frozen badge or something. Xiaoxia and Xiaogang looked like they had long been accustomed to it, but Wutong was very interested. He really wanted to know what method Xiaozhi would come up with to fight Liubo tomorrow. After getting his Pokémon back, Wutong said goodbye to Xiaozhi and others. He originally wanted to have a meal together, but Wutong had something else he wanted to confirm, so he left directly. Walking alone in Kaji Town, Wutong kept looking around, as if he was looking for something. Soon, Wutong found the small mound of earth that he was targeting, and without any hesitation, Wutong walked directly towards the small mound. Found that Wutong was actually walking towards him. The small mound trembled obviously, and before Wutong approached, the small mound exploded by itself. A man in a green ninja suit appeared in front of Wutong. "What do you want to do, you guy?" Zhang looked at Wutong vigilantly and asked. "Don't be so nervous, I just want to ask you something." Wutong waved his hand and said with a sunny smile, "What do you want to ask?" "I tell you, although I'm a ninja, I never do anything illegal." Zhang said, "I always feel that there is something wrong with you, but forget it. I want to ask you that there used to be an underground ninja training base in Kaji Town. Do you know where it is?" Wutong asked with his keen intuition as an investigator. "Why are you asking this? That place has been abandoned for a long time, and it may be dangerous to go in casually, because it has been in disrepair for a long time." Zhang asked doubtfully. "It's not good for you to ask too much. If you know, tell me. I want to go there to confirm something." Wutong said. "Okay, follow me." Zhang looked at Wutong suspiciously, and then chose to lead the way. After all, he saw the scene of Wutong fighting side by side with Adu. The trainer trusted by Adu should not be a bad person. Zhang took Wutong to shuttle in Kaji Town, and soon came to a somewhat shabby wooden house. Judging from the sign on the wooden house, it should be a store. Wutong glanced at the store sign and thought secretly in his heart, it's exactly the same as he remembered. I just don't know if the basement of this old store has been occupied by Team Rocket. "Old man, I'm here. How is the business recently?" Zhang opened the door and shouted very familiarly. However, after opening the door, there was no old man that Zhang called for, except for very old shelves and goods that were not sure whether they had expired or not. Strange, where did the old man go? He usually sleeps at the counter. Zhang said strangely. Maybe he left for something. Let's go into this ninja's underground base and take a look. Wutong said calmly. Okay, but if there is danger, I will definitely run away as soon as possible. Zhang said seriously. TSK, you are such a coward, ninja. Wutong said speechlessly. Zhang walked directly behind the counter and lifted a piece of floor, revealing the iron door hidden underneath. It's here, but no one has been in for many years. It's hard to say what the state is below, and it's hard to say whether you can enter normally. Zhang patted the iron door and said, be brave, there can't be monsters below. Wutong patted Zhang. Zhang's shoulder said. Zhang was a little speechless. He was obviously older, so why did Wutong look like a big brother taking care of his little brother? The two of them worked together to open the iron door. The seemingly rusty iron door was easier to open than expected, and it was not as rusty as expected. After opening the iron door, a bright light came out. How is it possible? Why is the light on down there? Zhang said in disbelief when he saw the light down there. Is it possible that the place down there was bought back and used by someone? Are you sure we are not trespassing? Wutong suddenly asked. It shouldn't be. Although the store upstairs was bought by the old man, the ninja underground training base is the public property of Kaju Town. Zhang said. That's interesting. Let's go down and see who is occupying public resources. Wutong said with an idea in mind. The two immediately climbed down the ladder of the iron gate and entered the underground. There was a long corridor with rows of cat boss statues on both sides of the corridor. The gem on the head of the sculpture was dark red, which looked low-key, luxurious, and valuable. Wutong glanced at the gem on the forehead of the cat boss statue and continued to walk deeper. If nothing unexpected happened, there should be no one here. The gem on the forehead of the cat boss was actually a monitor. Now the color of the monitor was so dim that it was obviously not turned on at all. In other words, this base should have been abandoned. Why are there so many cat boss statues here? What's going on? Zhang was confused and had no idea what was going on. Really? You can remain silent now, but every word you say will be used as evidence in court. Wutong raised his eyebrows and said to Zhang. Huh? Zhang was confused. We came in together, so how did he become interrogated? Okay, don't make that expression. I roughly know what's going on here. Wutong said. How did you know that? Why didn't I see anything? Zhang was completely dumbfounded. Could the Riddler just get out of Kaji Town? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298. The old man was very angry, but he was still very busy, watching Miss Junsha and several teams of police officers constantly going in and out of the original ninja underground training base, looking for useful items and clues from it. Zhang felt that he could not keep up with the progress. He was just here for a visit, so how did he suddenly find the secret base of Team Rocket? Thank you for your report. You helped us a lot when we found the red Gyarados before. I didn't expect to find the hidden base of Team Rocket now. It seems that you have a keen sense of crime. Are you interested in working in the police station in Kaji Town? Miss Junsha invited Wutong. It's just a coincidence. Miss Junsha, you are too kind. I still have a lot to learn. Wutong replied modestly, without mentioning Miss Junsha's invitation. There is no way. He has a position in the Pokémon investigator, and it is the kind that cannot be disclosed. How can he accept Miss Junsha's invitation? Adu will hang him up and beat him if he knows. Then this place is handed over to you, Miss Junsha. Oh, by the way, this guy in green is a ninja in the village. Miss Junsha, you should know him. He brought me here to discover the Rocket Team base. Let him follow you to continue the next thing. Wutong patted Zhang's shoulder and said. Hearing Wutong's words, Zhang glared at Wutong fiercely. You, a jerk, actually betrayed me? Question mark? Zhang, I didn't expect you to make such a contribution. Very good. Next, I ask you to cooperate with us. Miss Junsha looked at Zhang in surprise and said. Him, this. Looking at Miss Junsha's expectant eyes, Zhang didn't know how to explain for a moment. Hey, you don't want to say you can't do it? Wutong looked at Zhang with an exaggerated expression. Seeing Wutong's exaggerated expression, Zhang's eyes twitched. This was a naked provocation. But how can a man say that he can't do it? Of course I have no problem. Don't worry, Miss Junsha, I'm very familiar with this place. When this ninja underground training base was not closed, I was here every day. Zhang had to swallow this provocation with tears in his eyes, and he said with gritted teeth. But, I remember that this ninja underground training base was closed 20 years ago. You seem to be only 23. Miss Junsha asked doubtfully. I was no longer a 1 or 2 year old child at that time. I was so self-disciplined that I must have come to exercise early. It's a pity that this training ground was closed too early, otherwise there would be legends left by me everywhere. Zhang continued to say with a stiff face. Wutong almost couldn't help but applaud. What he said was just like an old sow wearing a bra, one set after another. By the way, Miss Junsha, let's investigate the old man who bought this store. If my guess is correct, he should be the contact person of Team Rocket. He may have run away now. That's it. I'm leaving first. Goodbye. Wutong seized the opportunity and said directly. After that, Wutong left the old store without waiting for Zhang to react. After walking out of the old store, a blue round shadow quickly jumped out of the shadow and climbed onto Wutong. Thank you for your hard work, Ditto. Wutong looked at the Ditto that wrapped around his arm and turned into a wristband and said, Wutong is not Xiaozhi. Of course he can't rush down and fall into the trap before investigating clearly. Ditto is the insurance he left behind. If there are enemies in the underground secret base of Team Rocket that Wutong can't deal with, Ditto will receive the news. After that, Ditto will transform into Lugia to destroy the old store to attract people's attention. As for whether it would damage the image of Lugia as the god of the sea, Wutong could only say sorry. However, there were no remnants of Team Rocket in this secret base, so there was no need to ruin Lugia's reputation. Originally, according to the plot of the animation, this underground secret base of Team Rocket did not exist, and it only appeared in the game. However, during the travel period, Wutong understood more and more that the animation only reflected the tip of the iceberg of this world, and the activity of Team Rocket was far beyond his imagination. If it were not so, Adu would not be so busy every day, with basically no rest time. So Wutong decided to try his luck here. When he learned that there was really an underground ninja training base, Wutong was already 80% sure. However, in order to make the discovery of this secret base as reasonable as possible, Wutong came to check it out first, and then informed Adu, and then contacted Miss Junsha in Kaju Town. After all, even if you know the plot, you have to make others believe you. As for pretending to be a prophet, it's okay to deceive ordinary people, but those king champions, cadres, and bosses of the dark organization, etc., it would be strange if they didn't control you and study you slowly at the first time. After returning to Kajijim, Wutong, who had been busy all day, collapsed on the bed and soon fell asleep. In his dream, he was already the strongest Pokémon trainer in the world. He hugged Kona on the left and Sharona on the right. When he was in a bad mood, he would hang Adu up and beat him up. He slept with him every night, experienced a strong man locking a man, men on both sides, and a big man all over his body. Damn. What's going on? Why did I have such a horrible dream again? Wutong jumped up from the bed like a spring, muttering to himself with a gloomy face. Looking at the sky outside which had already brightened, Wutong immediately looked at his own shadow, then carefully extended his mental power, and found that the dream demon was sleeping in the shadow. Isn't it the dream demon? Then why did I have such a horrible nightmare? Wutong said doubtfully, stroking his chin. Is it possible that I haven't had a good rest recently? A hoarse voice appeared. No, I have a regular daily routine recently. How could I not have a good rest? Wutong denied the opinion of the voice before he could react. Or is it that things will turn against each other when they reach the extreme? Because you have never had a girlfriend, your brain thinks you need a boyfriend? The hoarse voice appeared again and said, what kind of perverse logic is this? No, wait a minute, where did this voice come from? Wutong reacted this time and looked in the direction where the voice appeared. Hehe, long time no see, kid. A big face as black as a coal ball appeared in front of Wutong, revealing a mouthful of white teeth that were so white that they were creepy. Old ghost. Why are you here? No, the dream just now was caused by you, old ghost. Wutong found the culprit instantly and said, Hehe, I haven't seen you for a long time and couldn't help but play a prank. Don't pay attention to these details. Where's Xiaoxia? Said Ghastly, who hadn't seen you for a long time. Xiaoxia, a ghost is looking for you. Wutong took out the Pokémon encyclopedia speechlessly and said. However, Xiaoxia didn't respond. Wutong was a little surprised and knocked on the Pokémon encyclopedia again. But Xiaoxia still didn't respond at all. What's the matter? Xiaoxia, is Xiaoxia okay? Wutong was a little anxious and kept calling Xiaoxia. After a while, a slight snoring sound came from the Pokémon encyclopedia. Wutong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard the snoring. Xiaoxia, has Xiaoxia been sleeping recently? Ghastly asked. Yes, she is more sleepy than before, but the energy has been well supplied. Wutong said strangely. Is that so? It seems that the pink cat guessed correctly. Ghastly said. Pink cat? You mean Mewtwo? What did it say? Wutong asked seriously. Although Xiaoxia survived in a ghost-like way with your Tokiwa power, she is not a real ghost after all. If it stays like this for a long time, she may fall into an eternal sleep. To put it simply, Xiaoxia needs to get a new body like the three little ones. Ghastly said. How could this be? Since Mewtwo guessed it, it should be prepared, right? Why didn't it come by itself? Wutong asked. Yes, Mewtwo has prepared a clone body that Xiaoxia can possess. It has been busy with some things recently, so I'm here to take Xiaoxia back. Ghastly continued. I understand. Xiaoxia is in your hands. Wutong thought for a few seconds and said to Ghastly. This encyclopedia is very important to you, right? Mewtwo gave me a container that can hold AI before I came here. I can just use this to take AI back. Ghastly said as he took out something that looked like a mechanical capsule. I don't know how it works without hands. The mechanical capsule split in the middle, creating a magical suction force that sucked AI from the Pokémon encyclopedia in. Okay, time is urgent, so I'll leave first. Ghastly left without staying for long. Looking at Ghastly's departing back, Wutong fell into deep thought. Given Mewtwo's importance to AI, it's impossible for him not to come in person for such a thing. Since he asked Ghastly to do it, it means that Mewtwo must have encountered something that he couldn't get away from. Wutong couldn't help but recall whether he had missed any plots about Mewtwo, but after thinking for a long time, Wutong couldn't remember what he had missed. Place. Damn it, please don't let anything happen. Wutong couldn't help but mutter to himself with some worry. The second update is late, but here chapter 299. After Ghastly left with Xiaoxia, Wutong also got up. There was nothing he could do. Ghastly had learned bad things from the Dream Demon. Not only did he ruin Wutong's beautiful dream, but he also turned it into a nightmare. Can you imagine that Kona and Sirona were wearing very cool clothes and lying on the bed waving at you? As a result, after you happily got into bed, you found that Kona and Sirona were gone, and they were replaced by big men like Siba, RC, and Juleoda. Your heart almost stopped. After getting up and washing up, Wutong went to say goodbye to Liubo. He originally wanted to stay and watch the battle between Xiaoxi and Liubo. But because of Ghastly's appearance, Wutong was not in the mood, and Wutong had been in Kaju Town for long enough, and it was time to challenge the next gym. It was definitely not to ask Kadu for Pokémon. Are you ready to continue your journey? Xiaochin from Yanmo Gym is very strong. Remember not to be careless. Liubo heard Wutong was about to leave and said, I remember, Grandpa Giliu. Wutong replied honestly. By the way, remember to take this. Liubo handed Wutong a package wrapped in oil paper. What is this? Bitter tea. Wutong took the package and smelled a familiar tea aroma. Yes, the training of superpowers must continue. Although I don't want you to rely on superpowers all the time, it is also important to have a powerful enough trump card. Liubo said calmly. I will continue to work hard. Wutong continued to maintain the attitude of a good boy and said, after exchanging a few more pleasantries with Liubo, Wutong left Kaji Gym and headed for Yanmo City. Not long after Wutong left, Liubo's communicator rang. Have you found it? Then please teleport to my gym first. Liubo hung up the communicator after saying that. This kid left at the right time. Forget it. Anyway, I have to choose one later. Liubo said to himself as he looked at the hung up communicator. In the forest between Kaju Town and Yanmo City, Wutong was moving forward. But unlike before, there was no Rotom leading the way in front of Wutong. This guy forgot to charge it one day, and he didn't charge it when he was about to travel. Wutong said helplessly as he looked at the Rotom mobile phone in his hand with a black screen. After walking around for a while without the help of navigation, Wutong saw a few familiar stones again, and Wutong confirmed, the Pokémon world is really round. Wutong said with certainty by tapping his palm. Navigation duck number 2. Come out. Wutong shouted as he threw the Pokéball. Gap. Again. The released Onion Soldier looked at Wutong helplessly. Okay, don't look like that. It's time for you to show your skills. Let's move towards Yanmo City. Wutong waved his hand and pointed to an unknown direction and said with high spirits. The next second, a cloud of dust appeared in the direction Wutong pointed and attacked him and Onion Soldier. Accompanying the dust was a heart-pounding scream. Great. Found it. Found it. It's Farfetch'd. A girl dressed like she was going to celebrate Halloween, carrying a suitcase, ran towards Wutong and Onion Soldier at an astonishing speed. Next to the girl was a Murkrow, also flying towards Wutong and Onion Soldier. Wutong, who missed the best time to escape because of being too surprised, was instantly approached by the girl. Great. It's Onion Duck, but it seems to be different from the ordinary Onion Duck. Could it be the shining Onion Duck? That's great. The girl's hands were touching Onion Duck, and she kept talking. Who are you? Onion Duck is my Pokémon. Please don't rub it like that. Wutong said, perhaps intimidated by the girl's momentum. Onion Duck also seemed to be afraid of being bitten, and did not dare to resist too much, but shouted at the girl in dissatisfaction. Sorry, I'm too excited. I'm Xiaozhi, a Pokémon magician. After hearing Wutong's words, the girl who called herself Xiaozhi became calmer, and said to Wutong, my name is Wutong, you said you are a Pokémon magician? After Xiaozhi calmed down, Wutong was able to see Xiaozhi's appearance, which reminded Wutong of Xiaozhi in front of him. Isn't this the female magician who made a mistake in the magic effect and turned Xiaozhi into Pikachu? Yes, I'm researching a magic that can make Pokémon trainers and their Pokémon more compatible. The last step is to use the feathers on the wingtips of Farfetch'd. I was very anxious because I couldn't find Farfetch'd. I thought of using other materials instead. Xiaozhi kept talking. Wait a minute. Stop for a moment. Wutong was overwhelmed and began to stop Xiaozhi from continuing. Sorry, I'm so happy that I can't stop. So can you ask your Farfetch'd to give me a feather on the wingtip? Xiaozhi said expectantly. Although you are very happy, I have to tell you that it is not Farfetch'd. It is the evolution of Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd? Wutong said expressionlessly. What? Farfetch'd actually has an evolution? Great. I didn't expect that I could make the complete version of this magic today. Xiaozhi was even happier after hearing what Wutong said. Quack quack. I have to pluck this feather today, right? Seeing Xiaozhi's happy look, Kangaibing was upset. Oh, forget it, Kangaibing, give it one. Wutong said to Kangaibing, who happened to be quite interested in this magic that could increase tacit understanding. Since his trainer had spoken, Kangaibing could only pluck a feather and handed it to Xiaozhi. Great. Xiaozhi took the feather and immediately began to mix the potion. The tail tip of Steelix, the wool of fluffy sheep, the wing fragments of Hercules, and the petals of shuttlecock flower. Xiaozhi took out a beaker and began to mix the potion. After the last material was put in, a lot of smoke appeared. Okay, this is the magic potion that can increase the tacit understanding between Pokémon trainers and Pokémon. Now all we need is Kangaibing's feather to complete it. Let's try it now. Xiaozhi said happily after mixing the semi-finished potion. Then let me and Kangaibing give it a try. Wutong offered to be the test subject and said, okay, then here we go. Steelix, Fluffy Sheep, Hercules, Shuttlecock Flower and Onion Duck. All become tacit. All become tacit. Xiaozhi turned around on the spot, saying a strange spell, and then threw the wingtip feather of Kang Yubbing into the beaker. The originally white smoke changed and turned pink. Why do I have such an ominous premonition? After seeing the color of the magic potion, Wutong felt a headache. He really wasn't a fan of pink. Why was pink always chasing him? Is it possible that in addition to the god of lost, the god of pink is also favoring him? After the smoke turned pink, it seemed to have its own consciousness and directly wrapped Wutong and Kang Yubbing in it. As the pink smoke dissipated, Wutong and Kang Yubbing still stood there, as if nothing had happened. Strange, why is there no change? Wutong, do you feel anything? Looking at Wutong and Kang Yubbing who had not changed, Xiaozhi said with a puzzled look. No feeling, but why do I feel like I have become shorter? It was not Wutong who answered Xiaozhi, but Kang Yubbing. Xiaozhi looked at Kang Yubbing who spoke human language and was confused. Quack, quack. Wutong couldn't help but let out a duck cry when he saw Kang Yubbing actually talking. Question mark? Why am I there? Question mark? No, I turned into a green soldier. Question mark? Kang Yaotang looked at his appearance and couldn't help saying, gab gab gab. How did I turn into a cook? Wu Ye also looked at his hands and shouted, so that's it, by exchanging hearts to achieve mutual understanding and increase tacit understanding? Xiaozhi analyzed, is it the time to talk about that kind of thing now? When can we recover? Kang Yaotang said angrily, gab gab. Wu Ye also shouted in cooperation. Don't worry, you will change back after the effect of the magic potion disappears. It shouldn't be too long. Xiaozhi said. Damn, I must believe in the sixth sense in the future. Wutong thought secretly in his heart after hearing what Xiaozhi said. Oh, forget it, let's rest nearby. By the way, do you have a mirror? Lend me a look. Kang Yaotang said to Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi obediently took out a mirror and placed it in front of Kang Yaotang. Looking at the self in the mirror, fortunately, it is not a Kang Yubbing body with a human face, which is acceptable. But I want to dye this thing green. Looking at the self in the mirror, Kang Yaotang touched his head and suddenly said, huh. X2 Xiaozhi and Wu Ye were both stunned. How did they come up with this idea? I became a Kang Yubbing, which means I was favored by the god of lost. It has already reached the level of Onion Warrior, who can also use 3 swords, which means he is Zoro in the Pokémon world. That's right, starting today, he will work hard to become the world's #1 swordsman. Chapter 300. The camping was in progress, and the camping was in chaos. In the forest on Route 44, Kang Yaotang and Wu Ye found a suitable open space and set up a tent for camping. Xiaozhi and her Murkrow also helped. Then Wu Ye took out the tables, chairs and kitchen utensils under the command of Kang Yaotang. By the way, we have to release Xiaoho and the others. Kang Yaotang said as he walked to Wu Ye and took down the Pokeball. Although he had become a Kang Yubbing with no hands but only wings, he didn't feel any inconvenience in taking things. Sure enough, although Kang Yubbing is a yellow-billed duck Pokémon, its body structure is still very different from that of ordinary ducks. Because of Xiaozhi's presence, Kang Yaotang did not release Steelix and Iron Warrior. The released Pokémon began to move freely as usual and did not find anything unusual until Kang Yaotang called them together. Everyone, come here. Kang Yaotang shouted. Several Pokémon immediately surrounded Wu Ye and surrounded her in the middle, waiting for their trainer to speak. Gab, gab, gab. Wu Ye, who was suddenly surrounded, immediately cried out. It was not a real trainer. Why did they surround it? Roar. X to Kami. Dana. Mo Wu. Seeing their trainer start to call, several Pokémon all showed puzzled expressions. Look at me here. Look at me here. There was an accident. I'm Kang Yaotang. Kang Yaotang stood in front of Wu Ye and explained to several Pokémon. Degrees. X5 okay, don't be so surprised. I can change back in a while, I think. And Ditto, I know you are shocked, but you don't have to be shocked into an emoticon. Kang Yaotang looked at Ditto and said. Mao Ditto screamed and changed from degrees back to the original round blue slime. After a short shock, Xiaoxia and several Pokémon changed from surprise to curiosity, surrounded Kang Yaotang in the middle, and observed curiously. The average height of the Kang Yubbing group is 0.8 meters. Of course, the average height is a matter of water. As long as the growth is good enough and the nutrition is sufficient, the Kang Yubbing can easily exceed 1 meter. And Kang Yaotang's Kang Yubbing is almost close to 1.2 meters after Kang Yaotang's careful breeding and his diligent training, but this height is not enough in Kang Yaotang's second team. There is no need to say much about Xiaoxia and Xiaoxi. The average height of their species is 1.6 meter minus 1.7 meters. They are both carefully made by Mutuo, and they are well raised by Kang Yaotang. Both Pokémon are almost 2 meters tall, and although Xiaoxi's height is only 10 centimeter higher than the average height of the species, it is also 1.8 meters. However, Xiaoxi's temperament and slender figure do not look burly, but very elegant and mysterious. If he becomes a real person, he should be a temperamental model with a height of 1.78 meters. Even Xiaoxia, who is still in the growth stage and has not evolved to the final form, has a height of nearly 1.3 meters, which is a little taller than Kang Yaotang. You ask why Ditto is not mentioned? Because this guy is a bug. Believe it or not, he will directly turn you into a 10 meters long Steelix when he is happy. So Kang Yaotang actually felt weak and helpless after being surrounded by a group of Pokémon. Obviously, I didn't feel this strange feeling when I was surrounded before. Could it be that this is the beast instinct of the onion soldier? Okay, don't get so close to me. I just exchanged consciousness with the onion soldier temporarily. There is no change in my body. Onion soldier said to the Pokémon surrounding him. Although he turned into an onion soldier's prestige still exists, so Xiaoxia and the others stood outside obediently. Very good, we will camp here today. Onion soldier and I will prepare dinner. You continue to move freely. After dinner, I will personally test your recent training results. Onion soldier pulled out the onion blade behind him and waved it at Xiaoxia and the others. Various cries X7 after hearing what Onion soldier said. Xiaoxi and her Murkrow, who were watching the show, followed Xiaoxia and the others and made surprised sounds. What kind of idea is this? The trainer and himself Pokemon Park training. How can a normal trainer do this? What? You said that all the trainers who specialize in fighting do this. Then it's okay. Okay, go and do your own things. Don't disturb me while I'm cooking. Kang Yaotang waved the green onion blade again and said. Knowing that their trainer had entered the crazy mode again, Xiaoxia and the others had no choice but to think about being gentler later. Waving the green onion blade in his hand, Kang Yaotang found that it was not as heavy as he imagined. Of course, it was not light, but the right weight, as if it was integrated with his wings. Wait a minute, I'm using the body of Kang Yubbing now, which means I can fly? Kang Yaotang inserted the green onion blade back into his back and thought. A light of desire for death appeared in Kang Yaotang's eyes, and he started to flutter on the spot. Quack, quack. Wu Ye on the side looked at his body like a stupid duck, jumping and fluttering on the spot and making a puzzled cry. Hey, Kang Yubbing, why can't I fly? Kang Yaotang humbly asked Wu Ye for advice. Quack, quack. Wu Ye said that flying is not just about flapping your wings randomly, you need to feel the wind and flap regularly. Kang Yaotang listened to Wu Ye's explanation and learned humbly, and then he would do it from time to time to let Wu Ye see if there was anything wrong. The Pokémon who were still secretly observing beside all sighed. It seems that today's dinner will be changed to midnight snack. After learning for a while, Kang Yaotang finally took off successfully. Kang Yaotang, who finally learned to fly, was happy to keep circling in the air. After all, humans still yearn for the sky, except for those who are afraid of heights. How could Kang Yaotang miss the opportunity to go to the sky? After flying tired in the air, Kang Yaotang fell back to the ground and started to prepare dinner. Taking out the green onion knife used by Kang Yubbing from his backpack, Kang Yaotang made a knife flower in his hand, which felt more convenient than using a kitchen knife. Although Kang Yaotang and Wu Ye had exchanged bodies, they still had a tacit understanding when cooking. With the cooperation of one person and one duck, they quickly prepared dinner. Amazing. Xiaozhi, who was eating with him, had stars in her eyes when she saw the table of delicious food. Kang Yaotang said that this was nothing and picked up a food that Kang Yubing usually liked and put it into her mouth. Well, as expected, although the body has become Kang Yubing, the taste is still his own taste. Could it be that the preference for food comes from the soul? Kang Yaotang felt like he had made an incredible discovery. First update, end of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.